Hey, I'm Theta, and hopefully I'm becoming a supervillain today. But we've got quite a bit to build before that, but we've got a good amount of work done. Let me connect some stuff real quick. Gar, welcome in, you are on time. Very punctual. Let's see if we can't wake up 8-Ball real quick. Well, Stream Elements, that is. I did some looking around, and turns out Stream Elements is like kind of regularly issue ridden, but it seems to be working-ish today. Let's get chat turned on. There we go. I had to turn off studio mode in OBS just to like play around with the active scene. It's crazy. Let's get in game. What am I launching Minecraft with? I'm just using the Minecraft launcher. Since this run isn't modded. Actually, no, I always run Minecraft with the Minecraft launcher now that I think about it. Yeah, so I just use the Minecraft launcher, even if it's modded. I just kind of like do an installation of Minecraft. So if I'm running like Forge mods, I'll do a Forge installation of a certain version of the game, and that just launches from the Minecraft launcher. This is the layer so far. We did like the outer perimeter of the ceiling, but now it's time for the rest of it. Use ATL and you have a small handful of crashes. Never happened to the prism. I'm less familiar. I may not be of much service when it comes to like that, but that does ring a bell. Here's my stuff. Here's the skulk. I purposely like left stuff in my inventory this time so I could like get right to it, because I'm in the habit of like forgetting tasks. The layer looks amazing, thank you. Looking at like the thumbnail and looking at the columns, I did them a little bit different from the way they're like usually done, but I don't really think it matters. It's like skulk, froglight, skulk, and whatever really pattern one might end up with. It's not like verbatim the original design, but it's probably a good thing. You can play around with the lighting and whatnot when stuff is like added in. Oh man, I was gonna make myself some tea earlier. Nah man, I fell. I'm gonna make myself some tea earlier because it's a nice breezy day today, but I'm like very sensitive to the elements, to like changes in the weather. So I woke up with like, I was kind of puffy. I keep calling them allergies, but it's such a regular occurrence. Yeah, lots of people have been like mentioning doing a server. It's like a very common, it's become a pretty common thing to run. Very interesting, yeah. I used to have like just a, I mean, before I did anything with YouTube, right, it was just like a casual like server for like in between classes and stuff. My homies and I had one on Bedrock that I've mentioned a couple times before, but it's really funny to have like just a bunch of dudes in a server and everyone's making just random, like the builds look really good on their own, but there's no cohesion whatsoever. So there's like giant traditional temple next to like a cat cafe or something. I love that junk. Hello? I heard like a block be removed. Little 2B2T. Oh, I don't know. Didn't a player from 2B2T get like into pretty like large content corporation server a while back. I heard some news around that. A guy just like ended up or like hacked their way into a content org server, and it caused like a whole thing. Love to see it. Gives real personality. Yeah. I mean, I've said before, like that's my take on Minecraft. Is it's a like it's a game to express stuff, especially if you're like a family unit. I think the ideal way to have played this game, especially for like a younger person, maybe not for me anymore, but when I was younger, I was like building things for like my friends and family. Like so and so said, oh, they want to move somewhere with like where you can like see the change in seasons, where you have like cool winters and stuff. So you'd have like young me going and building them a house somewhere where like there's snow and stuff. It's cool. I like that sort of stuff. Reminds me of going to like the Minecraft experience and seeing like all the families together. Like the kids running around being like, oh, papa, look, 'tis a creeper. Yeah, a family server would be so funny. Oh, uh-oh. There we go. Played Final Fantasy 11, you played with something... Played with someone who had their mother, father, husband, sister playing. She was like 28. That's interesting. I actually tried one of the really old Final Fantasies. I forget which one it was. It might have been 4? 3? It was one of the older ones. I found a way to try some old like Game Boy games. And so I experienced some of the like older Final Fantasies and like older Pokemon and whatnot. You can only be so fortunate to have something like a family server. Oh, this roof isn't even too bad. Since this is one of the like first larger builds I've done on PC, I think it would be interesting to find a way to save it, because I'm aware of ways to like copy builds, to like move, like save structures and stuff, but I'm sure it requires like a mod or something. There's like some editor you can use. What's on the agenda today? So I want to finish this first and foremost. It's already been expanded all the way to the back. So I added the last row of pillars last time I was on. So finishing out the roof, the walls shouldn't be too bad. I was kind of dreading doing them, but to be honest, it shouldn't be terrible. So it's going to be finishing out the roof and then going and strip mining for a little bit, because we're going to need quite a bit of deep slate for the floor. So kind of just finishing this chamber, removing the temporary lighting, getting everything kind of finished out. And then if I can get that done in a timely manner, I might come back around and start adding like side rooms, adding some more detail and whatnot. I don't want to like go and like do too much with this build. Like this is pretty big as is, but it's not like I'm recreating a city or anything. A lot of like new gen Minecraft content is like the biggest, the best, the blah blah blah. I cannot do that. I have not the time nor the patience to like recreate all of a city in Minecraft. I've seen some wild mega builds. I should have gotten like an exact count on how much skulk this takes up. It's kind of funny, like it makes one think about villains in like comic books and stuff, like how did they get their Evil Lair? Because I'm not really much of a super villain until this is built. So I'm a general contractor until my Evil Lair is done, and then I get to be a villain. But like how many other, it makes you think, was the Penguin just like a general contractor before he became the Penguin? Like there's some logistical issues to being a supervillain. And like, who did James Bond villains hire to like make their like evil lairs inside of a volcano, right? Like, yeah, sometimes it's cool to just play. Yeah, exactly. I bet like general contractors in the James Bond universe were making like bank from these guys. Not even like just building it. Imagine like the maintenance. Having like a layer inside of a volcano. Imagine the soot. Like, what do? You just like hire like a power washing company, or do you have like your evil henchman power wash for you? Like, there's so much. I know I'm not supposed to like think about it in that much detail, but that's always the kind of stuff that crosses my mind. This was like so precisely done to the point of just nearly being too high. It's like almost there. This really makes me want to go back and play Dark Souls. The other day I was scrolling and I saw like a meme where like the background audio was the Dark Souls 3 menu music. And it's been quite a while since I've heard that tune. It made me get that itch. It was speaking to me, much like an evil advisor. I had such a weird experience because Dark Souls 3 was my first game. It was my first Dark Souls game, I mean. That's my intro to the whole like franchise. I tried it for the first time by renting it in like high school from a Redbox, because for some reason you could rent Dark Souls 3 from Redbox and then like play this massive game for like 24 hours, like 48 hours, however long you could rent games for. I think it was 48, and then you'd have to like return it. The original like speedrunning a game from Steam before refunding it. I'm so surprised the disc wasn't like broken out of the box. That's so interesting to me. I bet I was the only person who rented it, because like, who rents Dark Souls? I rented it and I had such a bad freaking experience. I had maybe, like I said, I had 2 days to try it, and I just kind of would get home after school and take a crack at it, and it just didn't work. And I was so upset. It was like way too difficult at the time. I had never had to try that hard at a game. I was used to playing like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater on the PS2 and junk, so. But then eventually I went back and got it for real. So then I owned it, and I got as far as, no, I beat Pontiff Sullivan pretty easily. I got past that. I got to Aldrich. Couldn't beat Aldrich for the life of me. The only other direction you can go is the Dancer, and I got stuck on her. So I just kind of had to put the game down. It was like a traumatizing loss for me at the time. It was like it was like that Linkin Park song, I got so far. like I hated Dark Souls. I didn't want anything to do with it. The menu music made me like angry viscerally. But you know, things happen. Years passed. I didn't touch it for years, and then like so much more had happened, just like personally. So I was like looking for something to do because I was like just tired of staring at the wall all day. So I loaded up Dark Souls 3, and like the menu music just really hit. I hadn't been gaming for a while, just like I hadn't been doing anything really. I was like, you know what? We're gonna do something today. So I started playing 3, and it got to be like really good. I was just suddenly good at Dark Souls. I think it was also because like I understood how builds worked, so I made a fresh build from scratch. That's how I got into the series. I crushed Aldrich, I crushed Dancer, and then beat the game. So I think I got like halfway through it the first time around. Tell you what, before I keep popping down into the mines over and over, because that's going to be a good portion of today, I'm going to go to the nether and pick up some soul sand. Because I want a water elevator. Because we have like a shaft down to the mine, but right now it's just kind of a hole in the ground. So I'm going to make that not the case. I think I know where there's soul sand too, like safe soul sand. Yeah, I heard that menu music the other day. I'm like, I want to go back. I want to go try it again. Oh man, where'd you come from? Probably my fault for not having my sword out, eh? There we go. That's a creeper too. Wow, so many things have ended up in here. Nor, you stay over there. Okay, this is incredibly awkward. I don't have my bow out either, nor do I have any arrows. Okay, that's one. Please don't detonate. Okay. Or do that, that's cool too. It's not like the opposite of what I said or anything. iPad that you missed the last 6 minutes, that's fine. We were just talking about Dark Souls stuff. I'd heard the menu music in a reel for like the first time in years. And I got the itch to like go back to Dark Souls 3. Because like I'd started the game by renting it from a red box. It was so scuffed. It was such a scuffed intro to the game, but I fell in love with it. Renting any Soulsborne game is such just a funny experience. But I think I've played through, I've gotten all achievements on Dark Souls 3. So going back is just going to be for my own joy. Which is how it should be anyway, I suppose. I don't really do much achievement hunting anymore. I miss my staircase, but I don't think there's one down from here. I think I have to like navigate on my own. Which means I'm in the wrong spot. Sort of. We need to head the other way. Sounds like it was meant to be on a red box. Ancient tech. Red box was such a funny experience in general. I remember Blockbuster. Okay, Grandpa, time for bed. Blockbuster was even funnier. I think like just because of where I grew up, being like the area that it was, we didn't like get a lot of like advancements in technology very quickly. So I think I got more of like the 90s kid experience because of that. So maybe I guess that's fortunate, but now I have like just a mixed just like a variety of random like old person opinions because I was around for Blockbuster. Man, remember when sharing movies with your friends wasn't a federal crime? That was cool. Living in a time bubble. Get out of here. There we go. But yeah, the intro music for Dark Souls 3 especially just kind of hits really hard for me because I put the game down after getting so frustrated with it and being so absolute that I never wanted to see this darn game again. Didn't want anything to do with it for years, and then eventually, you know, one comes back. Now it's like probably my best like skill-wise game series. Although I've been saying that for a while about how cracked I am at Dark Souls. I'm gonna do it on stream. I'm gonna be abysmal. I just know it. You don't understand how sharing something your own is a federal crime, but you're no lawyer. Yeah, exactly. Like, I remember very vividly burning music onto discs, like making mix tracks for my friends. And artists at the time even being like, that was a thing they participated in and sometimes encouraged. Because like that was good for the community. Like this weird middle ground experience of like having computer labs at school, but then using those computer labs, oh my gosh, that's lava, using those computer labs to burn mixtapes for my buddies. Just like a really weird time. Let me down. There we go. 3 was one of your favorites, goes Bloodborne, 3, and Elden Ring. That's when it was about the music, yeah. 3, I'm embroiled. I've been embroiled for years in this debate with a buddy of mine, because he loves Dark Souls 2, and I think Dark Souls 2 is just the worst. And I know Charlie recently went through and played Dark Souls 2 and said it was amazing. That's one of the rare times I've disagreed with the moist man. I don't just like say that opinion as a copycat because everyone else says Dark Souls 2 is bad. I played through it. I think it's the worst. I don't know. It's not like horrible. It's pretty on par with Dark Souls 1. I don't want to be unfair to it, but yeah. Hey, where's the soul sand? There was some here. But I think 3 was really good. I like it because it was... Not everything used to be open world, and you can have paths that are linear enough to guide players where they need to go. Here's some soul sand. They guide players where they need to go, like in Dark Souls 3, but still wide enough that they can explore. It doesn't need to have the tag open world on it all the time. I also don't need like massive interactable open worlds. I think Shadow of the Colossus is a great example of that. Where it's like mostly empty. It's there for you to just vibe and experience, not necessarily like have to achievement hunt and stuff. But that's a whole different thing. I think 3 was my favorite. Elden Ring was pretty darn good. I'm also less of a cold take, a little bit warmer of a take. I wasn't really that much of a fan of Bloodborne. Bloodborne was fine. I'm not saying it was bad, and it's a lot of people's favorite game for a reason. It was a good game. I just personally preferred like the Dark Souls type of combat. I think Bloodborne did a lot of interesting things, but it's just not my cup of tea. Although I am infatuated with the IGN guide for Bloodborne. Just some of the worst advice ever. You have to play it, but you have heard it's that's pretty bad. My thing is, like, Dark Souls 2 felt like a cakewalk until the Pursuer enemy, which is like a boss. And I had such a hard time with the first Pursuer. And then, like, what felt like not even 10 steps later, you encounter, like, multiple of the Pursuer as a level enemy. Just, like, rehashed from the boss fight. And I was like, oh, that's weird. But I was still early enough in the game that I was like, okay, maybe that's just like a weird design choice, whatever. But no. I felt like every major boss in Dark Souls 2, you would encounter them as a level enemy, not like 10 feet down the road. Like, people complained so much about Elden Ring repeating bosses, even though they didn't really do that much. Godskin Duo wasn't like rehashed. You fight them individually so you learn their patterns and you can fight both of them. People complained a lot about like the world dungeons having repeat bosses, but I'm not hearing those same complaints for Dark Souls 2. So I think we got a case of people having their nostalgia goggles on a little bit too tight, in my humble opinion. That said, Dark Souls 2 had a lot of really interesting features that they tried a lot of like new stuff. And to be fair, a lot of the features that people like in Elden Ring are stuff from Dark Souls 2. Where am I right now? I'm just going into a wall. I assumed this was the way to freedom, but apparently that's not so. Okay. Let me out. I don't wish to be imprisoned here any longer. I'm so thoroughly lost. Where was the way out? That's not a friend. That's fair. It was certainly a departure from the Dark Souls style when it comes to like combat. The combat in Dark Souls 2... Oh, you mean like Bloodborne? Yeah. Dark Souls 2 had some interesting combat stuff too, but we're talking about Bloodborne. I think I was just more used to Dark Souls, and I wasn't enough of like an elite gamer to get a handle on Bloodborne timings. The story of Bloodborne is very, very interesting, yeah. I liked a lot of the design. That was my thing, like the art for it. Oh, here's the way out. FromSoft in general has great storytelling. I'm very happy with that. I like having to pick up stuff from item descriptions and whatnot. Because like then you can optionally interact with it. You can read item descriptions and you can like really get into the weeds. There's a lot of creators that I like who do like lore videos and stuff, breaking down item descriptions and how that might be connected to stuff in other games. Because like all the Souls series are very interconnected. Not to like ramble about Dark Souls, the short end of it is you can optionally get super into it, or you can just play the game and not have dialogue shoved down your throat. Because I feel like a lot of games introduce lore by just like making the player sit there and listen to like, here in Narnia, we do blah 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 blah. And then it's like an hour later and you're still listening to introductory dialogue. And I'm just there to hit stuff. I think Dark Souls, or FromSoft in general, has very good storytelling because it is up to the player. That said, then you like get a lot of people just online saying, oh, it's convoluted, doesn't make sense. And I think part of that is like because of gaming being kind of lazy with getting story across. So people are used to being spoon-fed. But I think that's all it boils down to. I'm not going to call people media illiterate for not like immediately understanding how Dark Souls has like themes of time travel and whatnot. Like it is complicated, don't get me wrong. But a lot of it is explained in in-game item descriptions. I'd love to do lore videos. I know a lot. I could, if this wasn't like Minecraft stuff, I could ramble a lot about different stuff. I think I will do that whenever I do like Souls runs. Dark Souls 2, as much as I didn't like it, tried a lot of really interesting combat stuff and it put a lot of more like risk. There's a lot of risk. They tried a lot of features that weren't attempted in previous, well, I guess in Dark Souls 1. And it was a lot of those features that were popular in Elden Ring. And people like are saying Elden Ring this, Elden Ring that, as if that wasn't already kind of established in Dark Souls 2. So in some ways, people have their nostalgia goggles on too tight for Dark Souls 2, and in some ways not enough. Because power stancing was a Dark Souls 2 thing, and now dual wielding and stuff like that in Elden Ring is really good because of that. You know what? We're gonna use stone. We're gonna make stone bricks, because like I have so much. With power stancing and stuff is cool. The only times it gets in the way in Dark Souls, I mean in Elden Ring, is like really meta stuff. And that's why I'm not really much of a fan of Elden Ring PvP. Because Dark Souls 3 PvP has been around for so long. Every Souls game has been around for so long that it's really fine-tuned. The fight clubs and like duels, the impromptu dueling arenas in Dark Souls 3 were so good. So much of like my good experiences from gaming came from interacting with people as part of duels. There was so much just like more honor in the community. As gatekeepy as it was from the outside in, once you're in the Souls community, and I mean Souls, not really Elden Ring so much, it was so much more warm. With the exception of like a few off-putting invasions. I don't know. We even encountered like a few modders and whatnot. Once or twice. Which is rare on console. It's been mostly nothing but good experiences in for me in Dark Souls 3. Like PvP and multiplayer features. Elden Ring is a totally different story. The whole power stancing thing doesn't really work whenever it's some dude in the game's best armor dual wielding like long sticks, just kind of poking at you over and over. There's some really, really, really exploitative builds, and that's a problem. Once it is refined a bit more, and hopefully we'll see that from Night Rain, I'll be so happy to get back into Elden Ring PvP. I miss Dark Souls being... This is a little bit of a warmer take. I miss Dark Souls for being more gatekeepy. Elden Ring was open to a broader audience, and so poor me was forced to sit there and read through so many shit takes. Like, from people who had no experience with Dark Souls at all. And who were like expecting like Fortnite level difficulty from it. And don't get me wrong, I love my casual games, but like it's a FromSoft game. And then people who jumped in and immediately started like exploiting really annoying builds. But then if you tried to use game features, you weren't playing the game correctly. You can't use summons, you can't do this, you can't do that, because then you're not a real... And like, those takes are coming from people who had only played Elden Ring. And I'm like, I'm sorry, Dark Souls 3 is, or Dark Souls in general, FromSoft is... sorry, not to interrupt myself, are you on PC or for PvP? No, I played it on console. I haven't gotten on PC yet. No, but like my reaction is like, I'm sorry, Dark Souls as a series revolves around like the theme of overcoming adversity and stuff like that, overcoming like incredible odds. Like there's a character in every hub area that it's like, oh, you can't do this, it's impossible and stuff. Dark Souls as a series FromSoft is predominantly popular, especially with people who are like suffering through different life experiences and stuff, just like as a virtue of that. So then to gatekeep certain in-game features to say, oh, you're not suffering correctly is so weird to me, considering it's just a video game. But it's a video game that's very comforting for a lot of people, and I hate that attitude. That said, my builds in Elden Ring, because intelligence and like sorcery, magic, blue magic, whatever form that's taken in previous games, arcane, has been very overpowered for a very long time, so I like my sorcery. But then it's like, oh, you're spamming sorcery doing this, and I'm like, brother, what do you want from me? Let people play the game. I'm having fun running around being a wizard. You invade me and then complain when I use wizardry to get you out of my world. So I don't know. You see those chess sets that have checkers and Mancala in those Chinese games? Yeah, like the combination chess sets. Oh, hey Sendo, welcome in. My buddy sent me the Minecraft video, so I got to watch that. I think your video was very well done. I think that's exactly what the community needs more of. Just like, look what I did. That house was gorgeous. I was like that house. Oh my gosh. Like ignoring the coloration and like the like all the modded stuff, like the different color woods and stuff from like the mods, just like the structure of it was very well done. Most times those games on their own look a lot better when they mash them. Oh, I see what you're saying. And that's how you see Elden Ring at times. Yeah, because Elden Ring is a combination of a lot of features from the previous games. I think Elden Ring is very like eclectic and used a lot of the good features. That's why I'm kind of concerned about Night Rain, because now it feels like they're just kind of like, oh, you liked Elden Ring? Here's a battle pass. Like I'm very, very scared of what they might do with my precious depression game. But yeah, no, I don't like gatekeeping within the Dark Souls community. I liked the community being exclusive because the games were difficult, so people didn't try them. That's what kind of separated the wheat from the chaff, as it were, like with Dark Souls. Right? Like that's why it was nerve-wracking to me as a kid to rent it from Redbox. I was like scared of what might happen to me in game. That's like, it's the naturally gatekeepy part of it that made the community closer together. The community does not need to be gatekeeping. That's so ridiculous. I miss when the game did that for you, because then you have like kind of just weirdos. I don't know. It's already kind of a difficult experience. You don't need to make it any worse for people. Also, I really don't want to be hearing any takes from people who aren't like the developer, you know, about like certain stuff. About like whether or not a player can use something and still qualify as having beaten the game. Me personally, I loved the Mimic tier. Oh my gosh, like the spirit summons, I forget what exactly they're called. I think they are spirit summons or whatever. But the Mimic tier was so funny to me. Like you encounter the Mimic tier in Elden Ring as a boss fight originally, and then you have to, you know, defeat yourself, which is a really interesting concept until you figure out like that's how it works. So then you come back later, and right before you enter the arena, you take off all your gear. And then you run into the arena and put all your stuff back on, so now you're a fully built character fighting a naked dude, which is just superb. Very much screams, I don't go outside, I'm better, because yeah, like, I think it has as much to do with Dark Souls as every other game from like a time before everyone was online all the time and they would just go home and hop on and play whatever retro game. That applies to every series. This isn't just like a Dark Souls thing I'm talking about, like any retro game. Like, especially Nintendo stuff too. Like before I'd have to sit through shit takes on Twitter about like how I ran this retro game incorrectly. That was probably a lot better. Like I wasn't good at gaming. I was like a diaper shitting kid on Tony Hawk Pro Skater, throwing tomatoes at people, like in game. Like it was a very unserious. It does not need to be that serious, man. And that's kind of my take about the whole thing. I'd love to go back and do Tony Hawk's Pro Skater like underground on stream. I bought the Pro Skater remake or remaster, whatever they called it, for PS4, thinking that would include underground, and then it didn't. And I was like, well, I can't recreate a scene from Jackass, so I don't really want to play this anymore. But yeah, no, I love Dark Souls. That's like my thing. I could very much like lore videos and stuff on it. Hey Phoenix, welcome in. And unfortunately not, this is just like a single player world. This isn't a server. It's insane. Our server's just like popping off recently as like a form of content. Because I feel like I've been like asked about it like more and more often recently. And like while perusing the YouTubes, I've been seeing a lot of server related content. Oh, nearly made it to the top with the axe. They're definitely going nuts. Lets people and content creator in an interesting way. Yeah, I would suppose so. It's so weird because like I do almost exclusively Minecraft in practice, but like I do like a mix of games. I don't want to be like specifically a Minecraft YouTuber, but that's just kind of how it turned out to be. I do love this game, don't get me wrong, but there's other stuff. Like I just spent an hour yapping about Dark Souls, so there's that. There we go. Yeah, I've heard of stuff like Eternos and such. Seen a lot of SMP you can join kind of stuff on Twitch. Yeah, it's been, you know what, you're right. Yeah, it's been kind of big. Like, I haven't really interacted with it much because most of my stuff is like, I modded this into the game, I did this. That's the kind of experience I see. So I don't see a lot of like, weirdly enough, I don't see a lot of like streamed content myself. You gotta do run of Helldivers? Dude, Helldivers has been so good. I wanted to get on, actually no I did. I very briefly got to get on yesterday after stream. We've kicked it up officially from running missions, and we've run missions on Helldive and completed operations on Helldive, but we're not cracked enough to be regularly doing that. Also, we need way more kelp than this. What am I doing? But usually we run missions on level 5 for bots, but we've kind of agreed to kick it up to level 6 for Liberty. Hell yeah. We did this like such cute little thing whenever we were playing Helldivers the last 2 times, where we got on Spotify and we made a playlist together. Like we made it a collaborative playlist, and then we all listened to it at the same time. Like we took it off of shuffle so that we would be listening to the same songs at the same time. And I know there's group sessions, but I think that's a premium feature, and I don't believe in gatekeeping music behind like paid Spotify. So I didn't want to make the rest of the group do that. So we just kind of listened to it as was, and anytime one of us got an ad, we would like pause it and wait for the others. It was so scuffed, but it was so cute because we were just like listening to the same radio station ish together. Yeah, it was really scuffed because we all have like different tastes in music. Like that buddy of mine who's a big Sonic fan played almost entirely Sonic music. It was almost entirely like Crush 40, and it was good, don't get me wrong. It was like all of me, stuff like that. It was hype, And then it was like my stuff, which is more like heavy metal / hard rock / punk, like in that range. And then we had like a third homie with like a lot of anime music. It was just such a weird, because we went in order. So it would be like heavy metal, Hatsune Miku, Sonic. Wait, what's today? Tomorrow is the big day. Tomorrow is going to be the day that Fortnite gets invaded, I believe. I might be off on the exact day, but I cannot wait. That's the only Fortnite skin you're getting. I went a long time without skins, but then like I kept unlocking them from stuff and whatever. I have bought a few, and I said I wouldn't, but then like I saw one that was a raccoon, and I was like, you know what? Kinda on the nose. So I got a raccoon one. I think that's one of the few that I bought. I unlocked the Peter Griffin one. I used to run Peter Griffin a lot. Really play the game, but you gotta lock in. I just cannot wait. It's so perfect too, because a lot of my homies and I like we're all have the same attitude about gaming, so we're not there to like be super serious. We like all the weird, I say weird, we like all the different modes they've added, like the main stage, music festival stuff. So I just cannot wait. I mean, like I think I've heard a few of the songs now, I guess, thanks to Helldivers, but I think that was one of the best ideas our group has had in a while, because it'd be like Rob Zombie, Hatsune Miku, and then Crush 40. I'm so surprised. I have seen some really exceedingly inappropriate songs added to Fortnite, like as part of the music festival, as part of jam tracks and stuff. I love Green Day. A lot of their songs have words that I don't know. You might not want in Fortnite, and that's not even the worst of it. I thought that was bad. And I was like, oh, they might need to censor this, might need to censor that. But then like I'd log on and I'd see incredibly inappropriate songs that are like explicitly about sex and stuff, and it's like, whoa, it's Fortnite, man. But then like they'd have some like really good stuff in there, like some of like Tupac's older stuff. I don't know, some like really good choices, and then some really bad choices for Fortnite. But then like stuff that would be such an easy layup, like Crush 40. There's so many songs that they just could have. I was into my like own fair share of Metallica when I was a bit younger, don't get me wrong, but every time they have like a music festival event, they keep it around for way too long. Those to me, what were almost random old dudes, were plaguing my item shop for way too long. And like to most kids on Fortnite, that's what they are. I don't understand why the Metallica stuff stuck around for as long as it did. Like, no disrespect to John Metallica, but like that's what it is. Like most people went to the Nosferatu movie that came out. I think I'm butchering how you say Nosferatu, but most people would have recognized it from that one episode of SpongeBob, to be honest. I think Fortnite needs to like think about their audience a little bit more. I've heard some wild shit. I may have made an error in how I did my elevator. I was preparing it, but geez. But yeah, the whole gang is getting Hatsune Miku skins. It's not even like a question. Is it weird that before, like, just a few days ago, I hadn't heard a Hatsune Miku song? Like, I was familiar, but to me it was like more of a meme. And to be honest, it's better than like half of most modern music that I've heard. It was like mind-boggling, some of it. I cannot wait for like main to be like on main stage playing that. I feel like we're going down really fast, maybe faster than the water has traveled on the bottom. Okay, now we're good. I'll take out the torch. Yeah, culture, my friend. Thank you. I think a lot of my music taste comes from like how I got into different songs. It was such like a weird mix. As much as I say I don't like country, I've heard quite a bit of it because one of my older siblings, like, they had an iPod Nano, which was shared. Like, the oldest one had it before he got a phone, and then it was the second oldest one had it. So it was a mix of like punk rock and stuff, and like Green Day and Aerosmith from my eldest brother. And then the next one was a lot of like George Straits, just all on the same iPod Nano. It's so scuffed and I love it. I still have it. I think I tried adding songs to it, but the software is so outdated I really struggled to do so. But I think I can get away with it now. I think I know enough to like throw stuff on there. So it's just like other people's music taste. So it's a lot of that, and then also like Led Zeppelin and stuff from my father. So there we go. Hatsune Miku very much had transcended music, so not hearing your songs and just knowing the character is super normal. Yeah, I think that's a very normal take. It's like like VTubers and stuff. Most people like have heard of it at this point, but are these? Oh wait, this is normal Deep Slate. Most people have like heard of a lot of like the bigger ones more recently. It's like such a weird experience. Also, wait, no, that's the wrong one. I want the normal Deep Slate, so I can place this upside down, I guess. Does that line up? I think it does, because like if you look at that, that lines up with that. You don't listen to any music with like Vocaloids? I don't know. I guess it depends for me. I don't have like really strict like taste in music one way or the other. I listen to most things, but I have a lot of very big opinions about the modern music scene. Being that I haven't contributed whatsoever. Oh, I can do it from the bottom! Or not. Hello? Hello? Can I not? Oh, I guess not. How me do this in a way where I won't perish? Because I don't know if I can get to the top in time. Okay, let me out. There we go. I think I figured out a way to do this. I know what songs are you even gonna add. I don't have any of Hatsune Miku's songs memorized, like the titles. I have heard some of them in Helldivers now. What an experience. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm good. Yeah, I'd add stuff like, shoot, what did I add? I added Dragula, I added like Worlds Apart, I don't know. I guess Worlds Apart isn't that heavy, but I added heavier music than that. And then it'd be like that, it'd be some Vocaloid music, then it would be like All of Me. It would have been like funny to stream, I guess, like it would have been good content, but I like to keep stuff with the homies separate. Just because like I am a dude who enjoys just gaming with the homies. Oh, this is a problem. It's not even that much damage, but like this is a problem. There we go. Megadeth? That would probably fit really well. I think there's a lot of good music for Helldivers. I think it works well with just like putting on music in the background. I get very frustrated with like some of my homies. I'm kind of strict with myself about listening to music during like competitive games. Like during Counter-Strike, there's no music. I play that stuff silently so I can like hear footsteps. Not even like quietly in the background. I gotta be like all game audio. Please let me place the block. There we go. Am I gonna be okay? Am I gonna perish? I think I'll gamble. Oh, I forgot I could swim quick. It's like, why am I just slowly going upwards? I feel like Minecraft Steve can't hold his breath for very long. I'm not like a peak athlete or anything by any means, but I feel like I could outperform Minecraft Steve by a wide margin in terms of like holding my breath. That said, he is holding like multiple cubic meters of water on him right now, so maybe I should bite my tongue. I love the like really in-depth debates that people get into as to like how strong is Minecraft Steve. It's so silly. No, yesterday in Helldivers, one of the personal order that I got, I think most people get the same personal order. Oh, that torch got removed. Most people get the same personal order. Mine was get autocannon kills, which is perfect because that's my favorite weapon. The autocannon, I think, is the best. Because not only does it do like all this armor pen, all this other damage, but it also gives you so much ammunition that you can use it as a main weapon, as long as you keep finding like ammo resupplies. I have just like kept it out for whole missions and just like kept grabbing ammo boxes when I find them. Alright, so now we break this. Yay! Bubbles! I like bubbles. I know that iPod Nano could hold quite a bit of music to its credit, considering like how old it is. I forget which model of iPod Nano, I think it was the second one. Not the Shuffle. The Nano. There's so many models though, it's easy to get them like confused. I like how I started working on the layer and then I just kind of didn't come back to it. I needed to make this. There we go. Let me put this stuff away and then go grab some more sculk and whatever. Ooh, yeah, we put some Metal Gear Rising music on too. Metal Gear Rising would be pretty fun to do as well. A lot of our like inside jokes come from Metal Gear Rising. Put that away. Iron doors go somewhere. Metal Gear Rising had some funny moments. I haven't done a playthrough personally, but I've seen full playthroughs and kind of like watched / played along with my homies. I'd love to do just a full solo playthrough. Okay, so at the time I would call it underrated, but to be fair, it has kind of popped off. I don't think I'd call it underrated anymore, but it really benefited from memes and like whatnot. But yeah, at the time, absolutely. In general, maybe. Like compared to gaming as a whole, I would agree. But I think I would apply that same logic to Metal Gear just as a whole. It's popped off a bit, but yeah, I suppose I'd agree. I like Metal Gear Solid. I really enjoyed 5. I don't know, some people didn't like it. I don't even think I finished 5 yet. It's such a long game. But I've been enjoying it so far. I think Rising had the most funny moments though. I thought like a lot of the stuff like the clips I'd see, I thought they'd be like modded in. But nah, a lot of the dialogue was real. Trying to S rank everything to get the Raiden skin. I'm not super familiar with like that. I wasn't even aware. I wasn't even aware of that. Like that was a thing. There's so much to it. I think that's why. Like to the point where even like I'm unaware of stuff like that, I think is a good sign. I forget what my big loadout, like what my main loadout was. The unfortunate thing about my loadout was you can achieve it in like mid-game, so that I didn't feel like there was much of a point in researching stuff after that. But I think I'd use one of the silenceable assault rifles as like my main weapon, plus I think it was a bolt action tranquilizer sniper. And then the tranquilizer pistol. Means that games are doing what they used to, not hiding everything behind a paywall. That and not being like, oh my gosh, look at this collab, look what you can do, look at this. Like I love it. I liked it when games had like secrets. So you'd be like sat at the cafeteria table, be like, oh, did you know, blah 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 blah. And I think that fostered a bigger sense of community, and I think that's why people don't feel as accomplished and like they're doing stuff nowadays, because everything's like so well known and put out there already. That aside, there's a lot in Rising that just like I thought was edited. Memes, Jack. Like so many good lines. The horse I used to have in like a server was, I named him, I tried to name him Colorado Senator Stephen Armstrong, but that was too long, so I just named my horse Senator Stephen Armstrong. Unfortunately, he died in a tragic accident that was once again not my fault, but he was lost. I forget how much skulk I said I needed, but it's gonna be a lot more than just like for the roof. So we'll go with like 6 stacks. Yeah, I don't know. I have a pretty big shopping list for stuff to stream just at some point in 2025, like I've said before, but Rising might get added to that. If I keep getting like Green Goblined by Dark Souls, it might end up being that, but my original idea is for it to be either Shadow of the Colossus or Skyrim. I don't talk about Skyrim as much, but I think aside from Minecraft, I might have the most hours in Skyrim. Skyrim is really outdated, but like the engine it uses, you can do some really, really interesting things. But I was thinking about the other day, and then I saw a meme about like the Elder Scrolls 6 trailer being so many years ago. It wasn't even a trailer, it was just a teaser. It's almost time to have an Elder Scrolls 6 teaser special edition. No diamond! Yippee! A friend of mine apparently picked up Skyrim, and I was like, oh, what version did you get? And she said, oh, I didn't know there was different versions. And I was like, yeah, man. Like, what? Mostly there's special edition, and now there's anniversary edition. She was like, oh, I don't think I got either of those. I think I just got like the regular game, which was mind-boggling to me, because like, I don't even think you can get the base game anymore. I think special edition is like the minimum. Maybe on PC you can find the non-special edition. But even like special edition for me on console at the time was like 20 bucks. Like I don't even think like the original version of the game was available. But it turns out it was special edition. I think Skyrim Anniversary Edition added sufficient stuff to call it a new version of the game, like a new edition of the game, I guess, but I don't like how it was paywalled, given the amount of support the community has shown and how much the modding community has propped up the game. But, you know, whatever. How many times have I bought Skyrim? I've bought, let's see, the original special edition on PS4. I bought it for Switch. Then I bought the anniversary edition separately. So I think 3 times at this point. I'm not looking forward to buying it for a 4th time. Take out this shrieker. I think this is the only one. Hello? Oh, there you are. Yay! I think we're safe now. You can do some real shenanigans in Skyrim, though. Like when it comes to skipping things. And like different chest glitches and stuff. After we had ascertained what version of the game she was playing, I immediately told her how to do the, what do you call it? The chest glitch in Whiterun. You like go out of bounds and then go around the map to like loot a vendor's chest. Because like what I said earlier about the engine, everything like there's persistent objects, this and that. When there's vendors selling things, the objects are like actually there in a container. So then you can go loot those containers if you can find a way to reach them. Usually by means of a glitch. It's so good. I remember showing my little cousin, because my little cousin got into it at one point as well, like a couple years ago. And I showed him the hidden chest outside of Solitude. That you get by like being weird and sniffing around on the ground outside for a while. You can only just barely reach the chest, but you have to look at like a really precise location on the ground outside of the city. And you can just like get a bunch of free junk. With like no repercussions at all. You know my one complaint about Metal Gear Solid 5 has been so far is the there's a portion of the game where, I guess it's kind of spoilers, I don't know. It's been out for a while, so I guess spoiler warning. There's a portion of the game where your crew starts like falling ill. I want to put this in like the most vague terms possible. They start falling ill very quickly, and then it's like real game time to respond to stuff, and then I feel like I'm not completing missions to the fullest because I'm trying to get back and sprint through main quest lines really quickly so less of my crew falls terminally ill or whatever. So I feel like there was a little segment of the game that I had to miss out on, so I didn't lose like half the people I had spent farming for. Because like I ran so many tranquilizer guns so that I could just like go acquire new employees. It's a pretty common theme for me, I guess. I do that in Minecraft a lot where I'm like, you're working for me now. Ah, shoot. I really like free labor. It's free. I remember back in the day when that teaser for Elder Scrolls 6 came out. And I was like, oh boy, I cannot wait. Skyrim is my favorite game at this point in time. And then they were like, oh, we're doing a space game. It's going to be called Starfield. And I was like, you know what? That sounds cool. I bet Starfield's going to be the best. Similar to how I thought, oh, cool. A new pirate game. It's like Black Flag. It's the spiritual successor to Black Flag. It's called Skull and Bones. I can't wait. Little did I know. So I really hope they don't pull a Starfield with Elder Scrolls 6 whenever that finally happens. Because like when No Man's Sky came out and it was kind of empty and people kind of, you know, weren't chill with it, whatever. It's under a lot of criticism. The devs weren't like, oh, it's the player's fault for like having unreasonable expectations. It's the player's fault for not understanding what makes a good game. Because that would be a ridiculous thing to say. But then Ubisoft said that about Skull and Bones. And then they said that about Starfield. What's the deal? Since when could you just get away with kind of just shitting on your customers' opinions? Like, it's so odd to me. It's not even like as good of an experience as No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky is like just seamless. Ground to atmosphere to space. It's just you go up or you go down. There's no cutscene. You know, Star Citizen would ever like get wrapped up, because I've seen a lot of Star Citizen stuff. I think I would really like it, but it still seems to be a work in progress, so I don't know. It seems like it would be my jam, but I only play incomplete games from studios that don't have millions of dollars at their disposal. I love like works in progress. I love early access games, but they gotta be from an indie developer. I don't want to be hearing those excuses from multi-million-dollar studios. Multi-billion-dollar, I guess, actually. Fill this out. Oh, one sec. There we go. Boop. Like I said last time, I wanted multiplayer Fallout. Fallout 4, but with my buddies, not MMO. Oh, wait a minute, that's the ceiling done. I didn't even realize. I thought I was still missing a row. 76 was a disappointment for a lot of people. I guess that is a really cold take, so I don't think that's a revolutionary thing to say. What is revolutionary is this ceiling. This turned out great, except for that portion which I clearly missed. I don't know how this happened. Let me scoop up some of the dirt off the ground real quick. Just vacuuming it up, much like a Roomba once again. Come over here. Boop, boop, boop. I like the creativity of the PvP in Dark Souls. We were doing like fight clubs and duels and stuff, but we got like invaded during the process of doing that. And I forget what the guy's name was, but it was something just ridiculous. And we were looking for like where he was hiding, and my buddy and I were running up the staircase. And he was like standing on the edge of the staircase on like the interior side because it was a spiral. And as soon as we were like passing him, because we didn't see him until the last second, he popped the Force Miracle, which shoved us straight off of like a cliff. It was crazy. So there's like intense sword combat and stuff, but then you have like shenanigans like that, and I love that. So I think Dark Souls would be like a great thing to return to. The ceiling's coming along. One cannot be a villain without an evil lair, so this must get done. Don't tell me I need yet another chest. I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to clear out that, add these, because I need these for the walls, and then put these in a different box. put my 1 diamond somewhere, as well as the lapis. Now I need deep slate and a lot of it. Although, to be fair, I guess it's not that much. Let me see. Because it's going to be for the walls. Or I do the floor first. I think I'll do the floor. Because that's just slabs. I keep picking this up. Before I do that, though, I need to hit the rush room because I chugged like a gallon of gamer subs before stream. Please attend to the frogs. If they set anything on fire, yell really loud, and I won't be able to hear you, but it'll probably be funny. BRB. I'm back. Oh, well, isn't this a vibe? It's like raining. We got our gentle music going. We got like frogs swimming around. One of these, well, maybe not one of these. I might make in yet another frog. Just like produce one to be like my evil advisor for the thumbnail. We'll definitely have like a throne in here somewhere. Maybe in like a side chamber or just like the main chamber. That'd be funny. Like how quickly we can get to the mine though. Like it's just up, down. None of the usual shenanigans. Not being fired upon. What the heck? I got a text that had very little context. Texted us, yeah, it was from a buddy of mine. I think it popped into stream for a little bit earlier to see what was up, and we were talking about a Hatsune Miku. It was a Hatsune Miku related message. I wonder if the collab stuff is happening today. I wonder if I have the date wrong. I didn't really mark my calendar for it. like Valentine's Day, Easter, Christmas, Hatsune Miku collab. Like it wasn't really on the list. So don't take my word for it. Man, how much did I say this would be? The room is rough. I should have counted. I think it's roughly half a stack wide by a quarter of a stack long. So I need that, but split in half, because these are going to be slabs. I think yesterday I called it at 12 stacks of deep slate in total, but it could be more or less. So like we are familiar, but just like for the clarification of it, every branch, I believe, of the U.S. Armed Forces, I think it's still called the ASVAB, the Armed Services Vocational something battery. I forget what the A stands for, but it's like a test. It's like an SAT or ACT, except, you know, not. It's such a weird test. I had taken it a while back. Aptitude, there it is. Where did this guy come from? I never ended up like, hang on a minute. Oh, okay, now put these up here. Anyway, it had been a test that I had taken, and it was so funny, like my thought process that is kind of like showing off here in stream, like the weird way I like process and count stuff. I did the test. I ran the I finished it. There's different sections. I walked out of the room, and the recruiter walked in, and I heard him quietly go, "What?" I heard him quietly go, like, "What the hell?" Because they gave me scratch paper, but a lot of scratch paper, and there's some like segments of it that cover like physical movements, like physical like orientation of objects and such, like mechanical knowledge and whatever. Oh, actually no, but mechanical knowledge is a separate thing. I forget what all the sections are called, but there's one that has to do with like the orientation of stuff. And like for me, drawing it on the paper wasn't working, so I started like folding and crumpling up paper and moving it around on the table so I could like think about how it worked. And to me, that was just like part of problem solving, is just figuring out something so that I could see what I'm thinking about and understand it. I didn't think about it until the recruiter walked in to clean up and like pick up my scratch paper afterwards, because I don't know, I think they have to send in like the scratch paper or something along with the exam or whatever. It didn't occur to me that they would walk in and see like the scraps of like folded like origami and shit all over the room. It was like, dude, I've seen a great image of a like one-page test of like connected. It's like something for the Marines. It's like connect one dot to the other. It's just, there's random lines all over the paper, and there's like a chewed up crayon like left on the table. It was effectively like that, but with paper. It was the most scuffed, like, so like extra like support materials that I think they've seen. I ended up getting like a crazy score too. But like it was insane. I also have horrible handwriting too, so it looks like a kindergartner went in and started like just playing with the testing materials. I write like a small child. I have like a really, it's not unsteady, but like the way I don't know. I never really got the hang of good handwriting. It was so scuffed. We had a good laugh about it. It would have been Delta? I'm not familiar, but it rings a bell, but I'm not sure what you're talking about. Zombie. They're just kind of pouring out of this hole. I should probably do something about that. Oh, Delta Force. I got a good score, but I was kind of a dumb idiot kid who wanted a real job, who didn't want an easy job. An easy job that many people would have done a lot to get. Because I was fortunate enough to score so well and have some like background in some educational background. So I think it's kind of a blessing in disguise that I never went and fully solidified my contract. I was like, I have options elsewhere. Because I probably would have been really pissed at myself after a year. I had so many family and friends. I actively have a lot of friends who are in, so that's why like I'm so familiar. Weirdly enough, I'm not myself from like an immediate military family, but it's all of extended family and friends. Slash being in a, I guess it's no longer a military program. It was a military program until like the 90s. I was in like ROTC type programs. I used to be a band kid before I got into like ROTC stuff. But weirdly enough, the other band kids, like the senior band kids, took part in so much more hazing than the ROTC kids. It was so silly. Just walking around the campus being smelly in like a handed down uniform. That shit needed to be washed way more often. No, it was realistically it was like a combination of stuff. They were offering me E3 straight out the gate, which would have been sick, but then it was like, oh, hang on, this reservation isn't actually a reservation. Just like bureaucratic bullshit, but you know, that's a very common experience for people I hear. Pretty sure pathway structure is similar in hazing is also. I think it like depends on stuff. All my buddies who are in have had pretty positive experiences just because like the way things are now. Some have had less so, but I think it just depends on your unit. I have heard, actually no, some of my buddies have come back with, like whenever they're on leave, with just horrific stories about their leadership. A lot of stuff that's along the lines of just be less depressed type stuff, which is bonkers to be coming from your officers and whatever. It's so funny having like knowing people on both sides of the spectrum. Like, I can't wait to get out, versus, oh, I just signed on for another few years. because I'm enjoying it so much. Wow, that's already a lot of deep slate. Yeah, I think if I had taken the contract at the time that I did, because at this point it's been a while, if I had gotten E3, which, you know, stuff was being, stuff was like, oh, I don't know this, so, you know, bureaucratic stuff, red tape. I might have been E5 by now, although I understand NCO stuff, you start dealing with like point systems and junk, so I don't know. But, I mean, at this point, it was quite a few years ago. Well, I think the point stuff might have more to do once you're trying to get E6, but I think it's a little different from branch to branch. That, and it depends on what you're doing for E4. The job I had, the job I wanted, the job that I had originally reserved for, I don't think you'd get as many, like, the ratio of corporals as you would to specialists, so it's a little weird. How many years? 2, 3? I think at this point it was about 3 years ago. No, I think it hasn't quite been 3 years, but it's nearly been about 3 years since I was looking at like different contracts that were available. I don't know if 3 years is enough time from E3 to get from E3 to E5. I know the time in service gets to be a little bit lengthy once you're getting to like that point up the enlisted route. Frankly, I had no business to be looking at the enlisted route, to be honest. That was another issue. I was just being, looking back, I was just being kind of a pissy kid about the whole thing. Like, I should have taken the benefits that were handed to me and gone like college ROTC and got a nice cushy commission or stuff like that. Stuff that people who are in right now would have really liked. But I had some chip on my shoulder about working for a living. What about department and strength of management? Yeah, I would believe so. If your battalion or unit doesn't need NCOs, you won't get... Yeah, okay, that is along the lines of with what I've heard. Which stack isn't... Oh, it's that one. That makes a lot of sense. To be honest, if I was interested in the armed forces now, which I'm doing this right now. Doing a little bit of school, just chipping away at that. So there's nothing in the cards right now, but if I were, I've definitely learned my lesson, so I would probably try to finish my schooling and then look at like commissions in branches that receive a bit more care from their leadership in general. Although, you know, that said, there's still a lot of horror stories about bad units and like bad leadership, but some of my other buddies who I know who've had more positive experiences, such that they've re-signed, there does seem to be like, I don't know, like I said, it depends. There's just a lot of like, it feels like there's a lot of leadership with chips on their shoulder about like just random strict nonsensical rules. I got buddies in like pretty lax enough units that are able to, like, they're just like, they have their phones, like it's an active thing. Like I know people in Airborne who will just like send a quick snap, but like they're like on the ground with all their leads hanging off of them. Small window for movement, even smaller window for promotion as an officer. I think at the time I wanted some pathway to to chiefhood, but those are unicorns, and the job I was looking at probably wouldn't have had very many unicorns, as it were. What did I go with for walls? That's the best bet. Because like, given my my working personality, because like I think I'm way different on stream than I am like working IRL. I think I would have been a good fit for Chief if I had like another 5 years to a decade of experience to earn that attitude, but it's so dependent on so many factors that I wasn't made aware of originally. More Chief Warrant officers than regular officers, better job and less people over you. Yeah. Especially for like pilot stuff, right? I've seen a lot of memes about like whenever you're a chief, but not like the cool kind of chief. Like you're not a flying chief. I'd love to fly. Not even like speaking from a like military perspective, but even just like to get a pilot's license. Money aside, which that's kind of the important part, is the money you're putting aside, but I hate when people say that. But money aside, I have horrible eyesight. So it was such a pain trying to get waivers for stuff. In a civilian sense, it would probably be a lot easier. There are warrants in all jobs, but yes, the fly guys are seen as the big dogs, yeah. Get the hell off my bird. Just cool guy, action movie shit. I've heard so many wonderful stories from like different chiefs. This is the wrong kind of pick. No, but I guess I'll start on the floor now. Some of it's never mind, very few of it is dirt. I think I mined some of the only dirt in the room. Luckily the pick is nearly full durability. I swear this Evil Lair is gonna get done by whatever means necessary. This has been in the works for so long. I keep falling. There we go. There's so many caves under this, I'd never really, like, realized. I think I've only ever heard, like, in terms of, like, personal anecdotes from people that I've talked to, I've only ever heard of one encounter with a CW5. I almost wish there was a live count on how many CW5s are out there and, like, what they do. Like celebrities. They're all hiding, like, the abandoned buildings on post. Like, it's not clean. Goodness gracious, there's a lot here, isn't there? I wonder how many caves I'm gonna run into. I need a live count on that. So far we're at like 4. I like how we go from like yelling and cursing at villagers to being like, goodness gracious. Papa. Oh, that's 5. It's the same cave though, so I don't know if we're gonna count this one. Oh my gosh, oh, that reminded me, the village, we should probably go help the villagers out once I cave this out a little bit. We need the floor out of here so I can replace it with slabs. But the villagers are in some kind of inhumane living conditions at the moment. That should probably be adjusted. I didn't think the villager breeder would be that effective, but there's like 30 of them down in a hole somewhere. Get this stuff out of here. Let's see. You know what? Honestly, it's not that bad because it's just this outer border and then all the inner areas are a little bit less messed up. I do have to get under the pillars a little bit. We kind of gotta make it, we gotta paint it black as it were. Is this gray, like the light gray from the stone? No worky. We need deep slate. I was considering blackstone, but there's something about the hue, like the coloration of blackstone just, I don't drive with it. It's weirdly glazed. It's weirdly blue. I think it looks good in the nether, but whenever you bring it back to the overworld, like, I don't know, it doesn't really work. Unless you're doing everything as blackstone. You'd think it would work well with like other gray hues from stone to deep slate, but it's just kind of on its own. It doesn't make sense. I think it's because the palette was made to work with nether stuff, because that's where blackstone is. So like the colors added to red in the netherrack to kind of gray it down a bit are probably similar to what's been used in blackstone, if I had to guess. Similar to like how the raccoon icon I use, the shade of gray that, there's, well, grayish black that makes up the coat, it's not black. It's kind of this desaturated deep gray. And it works well with the red hue of the shirt, but like over a straight black background, it looks weird. That's why I don't really use just outright black in color palettes. Oh, this is nearly full. Oh, well. Gives me a chance to go check in on the villagers. I need them to not all escape, but I guess I could let them out to the village, because I don't need all of them. Their services aren't required, so No reason why I should keep holding them. Put some of this in there. It's probably good enough. We'll give them brick, because there's infinite brick here. I'm sure I won't need this many. Boop. Boop. Well, I guess I'll have to go see. This part of the tower could use some work, but, you know, it's fine. More importantly, I would need, like, a passageway to the village, I guess. Because otherwise you're just going to be frolicking in the fields here until nighttime. So we need to get the extras from there to there. Also, I have extra. I do! I can fix up the houses a little bit. Because some of these don't look good. I guess the agenda for today also includes, like, everything I said I would do. Stuff with the villagers, stuff with the camel. Get the village just, like, done. Because it's not that much material, to be honest. I can hear them under me. I turned down their audio and I can still hear them. Was this one done? Yeah, okay. How are our friends doing? Oh gosh. Yeah, this was supposed to be larger. Oh man. I can't even get in there. Okay, we have to assume some measurements here because I can't. There's so many. I'm going to assume that whatever exit I'm going to have is going to be 5 blocks from here, which is targeted block 262. So it's going to be 260. Dear God. It's going to be 267. 267. 267, 805, 102. 267, 805, 102. What did I say? Oh no, 85, 102. Dear God, I think they're happy. I think they're having a party. But, you know, they might not be adverse to some better living conditions. I'm sure they're just a-okay. Yeah. 85? Oh wow, it just goes down here. 267, 805. Yep, here we go. We'll skip till day and then come back here in the morning. I wonder if these villagers skedaddle / pass away tragically to accidental means, if the villager breeder will just continue to make more if they count as removed from this village, specifically if they go to that village. And then, you know, we'll have to see. I'm gonna assume it'll keep working, because then those villagers just won't exist and they won't count towards, like, the cap or the quote-unquote village. I can hear them. Hey, friends. Oh, here's where the water is. No. Well, that's probably not good. Nah, it'll be fine. make a nice little... It was smaller than I thought. That's unfortunate. Let's cave this out a little bit. If they can make it from one end of the tunnel to the other, then they've earned their freedom if they can figure out which way to walk. But I don't have that much faith in villagers. Yeah, that, and there's just entirely too many. I don't need these many guys. They're taking up room in my basement. I'm just evicting them. Don't ask me how they got there, though. We could do something like Villager Hunger Games. Yeah, so just kind of spit them out this way. I don't think we're close enough to the village for them to like get the gist that they need to go here. What I could do is I could start working on the wall, like the big village wall. But I haven't even done the small village wall. That's a donkey. We'll give them an option, just to see. I didn't think we'd end up with this many. Oh, I hear a llama. I'll have like a tunnel. There we go. It's such a bad look. I need to get these guys out of my basement. Oh, you know what I could do? Hang on. I might be able to do something nice and like cool looking. Let me get my main shovel. Do that, do this. I actually do have an idea for this build. Give you something to do other than digging a hole. The two forms of entertainment, digging a hole here or digging a hole there. We'll do bricks. I have so many. You just don't cut her out here. All the way to the village. Just kind of spit them out here. Some of the grass is in the way. I don't think there's a way to make this look good. To make this look much more humane. Like, at a certain point, you are just feeding villagers to zombies. But, like, that is the nature of them having an independent village and also not having arms, so, you know. That said, as they fill up this village, it should generate iron golems, so they might stand a chance. Villagers aren't known for a strong defense budget. This has been multiple streams I've been saying I want the villagers to be treated a little bit better. There we go. Get these out of here. Crafting table. There's a stone cutter. Cool. Upon us to return the villagers from whence they originally came. Some of them. That said, this tunnel will need to be like a one-way affair so that zombies can't get into my stuff. Okay, so all the villagers don't have like a lot of resources poured into their own defenses. I do. We'll do this. There we go. Now I just need more log. Time to log it up. I have some, but not nearly enough for this. Yeah, nope. Time to grab more. I gotta put some of the dirt away too. This way stuff can't get like into the tunnel, so they have like, kind of a straight shot to freedom if they want it. I have like a randomizer too. I have like a lottery that lets them out on like a random basis. Because I want the village proper to be able to like function, but it keeps getting wiped out. And like short of me going and continually adding iron golems and them spawning them themselves, like this isn't gonna work unless I give them some like reinforcements. Where's me axe? Oh, it broke. Oh, kitty. Axe time. Oh, it's nighttime. Oh, it's approaching nighttime anyway. Feed you a fish. Yeah. There we go. Just an entire raw salmon. A lot of Nordic countries have fish-related dishes that revolve around fermenting the fish, either underground or in cans, like in brine and stuff. there's a couple different kinds, and I kind of want to try it. I hear it's absolutely putrid. Or specifically, like, the taste isn't that bad. Like, the taste is good, but the smell is just so rank. And part of me wants to try it out of, like, morbid curiosity, because, like, how bad could it be? Lutefisk? Yeah, there's a couple, depending on, like, what country and how it's done. Your favorite episode of King of the Hill? Of everything that I watched, I don't actually think I've watched much of King of the Hill, except for, like, when it was the only thing on the TV that night. I would watch it. I've caught a few episodes. I can see why it's so popular. But I was I guess more of like an American Dad guy. Not that I've watched like TV in quite a while. I guess you can stream King of the Hill now. There's like Storstrum. There's a shorter word one. So it's great, like early late 90s, early 2000s. Yeah, Hulu. I see. Slap these down once I get more. It's so funny to have learned that King of the Hill is popular in Japan, and people have debates over whether like subbed or dubbed is better. Like everything that could be labeled as American anime, it turned out to be King of the Hill. Yeah, you're not familiar? That's like, I don't know how big it is, but it's like pretty popular in Japan as like sort of like an American anime per se. And then there's debates over whether it's like you get a better experience watching it subbed or dubbed. Because like Boomhauer doesn't talk the same way in Japanese dubbed as he does in subbed. And I jumped down the rabbit hole. Yeah. I don't know how much of it, because there's a lot of things like, oh, have you heard? And then it's not like that common of a thing. And it turns out that like people on Reddit blew it out of proportion. But from the best I could tell, it is pretty popular. I want like a few more. I see some sticks up there. Nah, man, I guess not. Sometimes the leaves provide and sometimes they don't. I'll take one spare sapling though. Bit of extra credit. Let's help the villagers out. How am I going to do a one-way door? I guess it'd be pretty easy, right? Iron doors and then trap doors. But what would encourage them to go through the door is the question. Or just make it, like, based on luck. They'll inevitably push each other out. And apparently it's big-ish. It's occurred to me that from a distance, this kind of looks like a big railway, which is not a superb look, I'm gonna be honest. But I'll make it a nicer looking tunnel in a minute. This is a ton of log. I super underestimated this. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna have like intermittent brick pillars because I'm a cheap, stingy man. Save a little bit on logs because this was an entire 2x2. I'm going to need to save enough for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16 each. That's fine, I can do that. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll do like 6 at a time. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just like double check it every time because the texture is the same all the way down. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Two, 3, 4. I'm noticing that we're a bit of ways off from 16. Probably not great. 4, 6. Well, nah, not happening. We'll do 5s. Or just wait for the tree to grow and whatever. I'm not patient enough. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boop. Oh gosh. 4, 5. Boop. 4. Boop. 5. 5. Boop. 1, 2, 3. That's 7. 4, 5. That's a shovel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Oh, gimme. I need that. Yoink. 3, 4, 5. Log. 1, 2, 3. No, that's sideways. 3, 4, 5. Close enough. But part of me says, what if it wasn't close enough? What's this? Oh, the sun's down. Jeez. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that would be perfect too. Closest bed is over here. I know how to get around this. Hey, llamas. What do you got for sale? Pufferfish, meh. We'll remove one row from back here. Replace this with regular stone. There we go. That works a bit better. Okay, that was entirely wrong. Fuel. One, two, three. Sick. Alright. Log time. I like cut stuff at interval. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna turn around and this better be lined up. It is, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5. Good. 2, 3, 4, 5. Correct. All right, pick up the spare log. I think we got all of them. Don't want to leave any behind. There we go. Back this way. We're going to be covering it anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much, but I'm going to be kind of picky about it. That's regular stone. There we go. 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, even that wasn't enough logs to make up the difference. That's fine. Now we'll build the main segment of it and then come back and repair it later. Two, 1, 2. Nice. Okay, so I'll open this up. There we go. Get some walls going. I'm gonna need more bricks than that. Do this. There we go. Can I make this? Okay, good. Didn't know how like wide of a jump that would be, but I suppose it would make sense that it would be doable. Oh yeah, way more brick. Luckily there's heaps of that at the base. Like all I have at this point. I have some good ideas. I need more stone though. The tree hasn't grown yet, I don't think. It's gonna take a minute. I don't see it over the horizon there. We'll get some lanterns and we'll get some more brick. Also some glass if I have any. I think it might have to be stained glass or tinted glass given the way villagers react to mobs and the other way around. That being the case, it will be tinted glass. Gonna be more than that. Move that. Throw that. Throw that. I have plenty of gravel. Gonna need any amount of stone. Like that. There we go. Seems like I must go visit the amethyst because I think I'm out of shards. This will be enough for... Oh, I didn't grab the other pile of tinted glass. Why didn't I do that? That's silly. But this will end up being 2 stacks, so it should be fine. We'll cover some of it. I also, well... No, actually I can make the lanterns there pretty easily. There we go, jump this. Hop down here. I'm not wearing gold, am I? Okay. I know I had gold boots on earlier for the nether. I always forget to take them off. Nice. Oh my gosh, there's so much. Huge. For 1 stack, I'm gonna need 4 stacks of this. But I could always grab extra. Pick that up, there we go. 2, 3, 4. Nearly 4 stacks. We have a departure from the lair, but I wanted something else to do. I'm not going to add, like, all of the stuff that's going to be at the village, though. That'll be way too much of a sidetrack. It's just going to be this. Oh, hello. No, no thank you. No thank you. Get away from me. Shoot, this is high octane. You stay over there. I hate creepers. You can't really knock them back on a 1-block staircase, so it's better to just, like, get away from them. I don't want them destroying any more of the cliff that was already pretty worn down. Alright, straight back to the village, too. I want to get this over with. Jump, jump, jump. There we go. Wow. So I have everything for lanterns, so I have everything for the tinted glass for the rest of the tunnel. It's just more spruce logs eventually, but I want to get back to the lair. And like hanging around and chopping at trees isn't like exactly villainous behavior. I mean, unless you're like a particularly evil lumberjack, but I feel like that's kind of niche. Or if you're the Lorax. I guess there's a few evil lumberjacks. He turned invisible. He's gonna slurp a big old bucket of milk in the morning. There he goes. Inventory still the same? Yeah. Alright, let's get this covered up. Where's my crafting table? Here it is. Make some of this. And then some of this. There we go. Get these guys taken care of. Yeah, we're not doing the whole thing right now because we have like evil shenanigans to get to. Oh, wait a minute. This should be... Ooh. Whoops. This might be a mite taller. Like this. I'm not really worried about stuff walking across this to get to villagers because it's tinted. Stuff can't see through it, hence they can't aggro through it. So it's actually safe. The only thing would be like the walls up here, but I'm not worried about that. Put that away. I guess we'll go grab the stonecutter over here and add the upper walls as well as the lanterns. It's... How many bricks are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'll plan for 16 on each side, which is just as much as I have. And there we go. Just distribute all these all the way around. There we go. All right. Oh yeah, and then stonecutter these. I don't know, like 3/4 of a stack. Place this all the way down. And then once this is kind of done, I'll add some doors for the villagers, and then we'll be straight back to the Evil Lair. Oh wow, it's way more than... Oh, actually, no, it's not even that much more. It's... We'll just do this. Right, and then it's going to be 5, 6, 7. Because the conditions the villagers are in right now are pretty bad. I better be right the exact amount that I need, no more or less. Oh, cool, I don't have to jump to place them? Oh, I do. Okay. Oh, well. There, and there. Whoa, it was way more than I thought. That said, it was 16 per side. I just made 16 for one side. So it's going to be more. As well as more torches. That works. I already have 3, so 13. This isn't working at all. There we go. Nice. Gotta find a way to get up on top of this. Just leave that. We have so much. Boom, boom, boom. And then it's just this and like a door with pressure plates. Cool. Oh, I made this on an odd number, so a double door wouldn't make sense. Oh well, we'll do one door. Make it even easier. This room can be a bit of extra overflow because there's quite a few in there. There, this way stuff is only getting out and not getting in. Oh, wait. I need to... There's no way I'm getting through there. I'm gonna do a bit of a sneaky and go grab my crafting table. I forgot I was like really low on wood. I'll go out this way. Where's my table? I forgot to bring one trapdoor. Oh wait, I can't even make one, can I? Do I have... Oh, I can make a... No, I can't make a stone one. This is very difficult. Let me switch this out. Find a rock somewhere. There's some rock. I think it's 4. 2 or 4? I think it's 2. Grab some extra anyway. There. No way it's more than 6. Make it a stone trapdoor. I mean, stone pressure plate. There we go. For the time being, we'll just let them go as is. We might need to restrict stuff at another point, but for now... Boop. And liberate the villagers real quick. Go, be free. Here's how many? Oh, hang on, they're figuring it out. There goes the first one. All right, how many dudes were in here? Because I'm counting a few. Some of them are damp for some reason. I can't see. I can't see anything. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is why we're letting him out. I felt a little bad. It might take them a minute, but eventually they'll figure out that they can go this way and then be at a village. There we go. I felt that needed to be done at some point. That and then the stuff for our camel. But right now we need to go back to being evil. They haven't made it very far, have they? I guess they're just chilling in the tunnel. They're like, that sucked. I thought the breeder would make like 10 villagers tops. I didn't think it would make like 40. Okay, finally back home. Alright, a lot of this stuff needs to get sorted first because it'll be taking up a lot of room. There we go. Doors, shards, stuff like that. Don't know where. Oh, go in here. Okay. There. Nuggets. I need like more dirt storage. There they go. Some stone brick. Right, now where's the rest of... Here it is. Alright. Cool. Alright, time to finish digging. I forgot I closed this. Such a good flush door. 2, 3... Oh, I'll make the rest of the torches then. They're running out of them. No, because I think once the villagers are kind of separated from the area, like that area, they'll continue making more villagers, so that'll be able to continually restock the village in case of emergency. I forgot we did like most of the bordering material. Nice. So it's just this. Not really sure what I'm gonna do with the staircase yet. Now, I know stuff usually can't spawn on top of slabs, but that refers to, like, half slabs. That refers to, like, bottom half slabs specifically. In the same way that stuff can't spawn on stairs because it's a transparent block. I don't know if top half slabs count as that or not. I think stuff can still spawn on them. So the room being a bit dark is still going to be a problem, unless I make it like sunken down by one, but that's not the way the pillars are designed to be. That said, I guess I could do that, but then the walls wouldn't make sense. That wouldn't be hard. I suppose, let me see how it looks with one pillar. Give this little trial run. If I did bottom halves, I suppose the bottommost layer of the pillar would need to be tiles, which is fine. Let me make 4 real quick. In fact, it's gonna be... I don't know why I thought it would only be 4. Hang on a minute, why does that kind of work? I kind of like that. The tile to bricks is a little odd. It doesn't really add much complication to the build either. You know what? We'll do it. We have enough deep slate. We need to add an additional ring to the wall though. It's harder with smaller builds, like in like small houses, to have the house built a half step down, because then everything needs to be either raised or lowered by a half step, so that you can place like furnaces and such. because otherwise it's going to be floating on top of air. But with a big build like this, I think I can actually get away with it pretty easily. Because, like, this is partially going to be a base, but we still have stuff above us. Shouldn't be a problem. And it's just like one additional ring on the wall. Nothing crazy. All these, I did make all this into brick, unfortunately, but I can turn some of the deep slate that I haven't turned into brick into polished deep slate for the rest of this. I guess I'll have to leave like one or two blocks away from the wall so I can actually like easily place the blocks for the wall. I have to muse over that. Oh. Oh, okay, that's not going to cause a ton of problems. Alright, I thought that broke the door, but it should be fine. It closed really fast. I thought I had messed something up really bad. Remove these. It's probably because of how often I've been streaming this month, but January's been flying by for me. It's bonkers. Maybe, you know what, maybe not as bad. The last few days have kind of slowed down. But like, especially around the holidays a few months ago, it was just like, it was August and then it was 2025. Like, it was insane. It went by ridiculously fast. It's like November just didn't happen. There we go. Also, this is going to let me place the slabs a lot faster, so while it's a little bit more digging, meh, the overall time for the project should be shorter. Also, with having the base of the pillars be a little bit wider, it'll make the top a little bit narrower by contrast, which helps with the whole like scale of the build. It'll make it appear a little bit taller, and like it will be half a block taller, but it'll feel like more than half a block. I'm not even gonna bother picking up the stone anymore. I just can't. I do not need that many bricks. There's just too many. The thing with having it down half a step, you can have like, you can have some amount of like water, but it'll have to be half a step down, and it'll have to be a little bit wider. But you can also do some more interesting stuff with stairs and accenting the floor and having like texture to it and raised areas. Patterns like above and below the floor. As we're not really doing anything right now that I wouldn't have had to do anyway. There we go. Lowering the floors. These blocks would have needed to be removed anyway to replace it with the deep slate bricks. Originally, I guess to explain it a little bit better, because I've been just kind of mumbling to myself about it, but it was going to be about this height, including under the pillars. Under the pillars would have also been slab. This is what the floor would have been like, in which you'd have more walking room. You could have like slits in the floor that are like half a block wide and half a block deep of like water and stuff. Or lava, I suppose, but regardless, I kind of kicked around having, and I think what we're going to do is have it be half a step down like this. And then under the pillars is going to be more like tile blocks, which is going to reduce the walking room a little bit, but it'll make the columns, it'll make the shape make a bit more sense, I think. That, and I can have the room as dark as I want, and stuff isn't going to spawn. So I think that's the way to go. So yeah, we're lowering it a bit, just by half a step. That said though, these blocks needed to be removed anyway. What's also going to be cool is the archways on the walls are going to be just that much higher. So you can't, like, you just barely can't jump up on them. It'll make lanterns kind of at head height, which I think will also help with scale and, like, the feel of the build. Yeah, the thing's not spawning part. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is I think stuff can spawn on slabs when it's, like, top slabs, I believe. But it definitely can't spawn on bottom slabs. So I'm not really worried about lighting and stuff if I do it this way. Because I think the room will benefit from being a bit darker. Also like raise up the sculk along the wall a little bit, make it more like cathedral-esque. Because the ancient city is kind of like that, with stuff raised really high along the walls, and that's easy to do just by virtue of it being an ancient city. Like, it's a very tall structure. This is kind of hard to make it quite as tall. But this will take it, like, from a flat 10 blocks tall to a scaled 10.5. Oh wow, we're already done with the like horizontal parts, not just like little blocks like this. There we go. And then just slap down blocks. Also, I don't like adding like top half slabs. I tend to like mess it up or like do the wrong half. Doing it this way, I can just look down and slap them all down, and they'll go in the right spot. Did I play Monster Hunter? I'm familiar-ish. I played Dauntless, which I hear is like similar-ish to Monster Hunter. Like a similar concept. Would I play it? Sure. Is it high on the list? No. Looking at it, I imagine it's the kind of game I'd get into. You know what has crossed my mind? It's kind of a dumb question, because I'm sure there's something that's not crossed. There's something that I'm not thinking of that I have heard about before. But is there like Warhammer 40k, like in person? Is there like an online variant of it? Because with like Pokemon, there's like TCG Online. There's Magic Online. I know there's like the whole Space Marine game, but I mean like an online version of the in-person tabletop game. I think it especially would benefit from something like that. Good question. Yeah, I'm not familiar, but it like being so, I feel like there's a lot more physical stuff you would want to play. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, I see what's going on. Boop. There we go. I think it would benefit from having people, like, giving people the ability to, like, have an army where they don't need to, like, get a bajillion figurines and stuff and get stuff painted and whatnot. I know that's part of the fun, but because it's fun and accessible for one group doesn't mean it's fun and accessible for everyone. And giving people the option to do whatever is probably a good thing. But that would be neat. I swear I had more deep slate than this. No way I turned it all into brick. Because I do need a bit of the polished stuff. Alright, let's check upstairs. Yay! Here it is. Alright. I'd imagine it's kind of hard for anything Warhammer related to break through the noise caused by Space Marine. There we go. There are online resources and stuff, but oh yeah, that makes sense. That yeah, the corpo can't get a slice of that. That said, lots of public libraries have, well, I say lots. Some public libraries have 3D printers. So it's possible. I'm sure they wouldn't enjoy it. I'm sure it wouldn't be like cheap. But I think one could print their own. Is it common to 3D print your own figurines for Warhammer? I don't own a 3D printer, but I've got a good few years of experience, I guess, at this point with CAD software. I could even, like, aside from finding models online for Warhammer figures, I'm sure I could do pretty well by myself at making my own models and then printing them accordingly. Snobs hate Space Marine 2 for bringing in new players that don't know 100% about the lore, which is insane because there's so much lore. I would never, like, that's especially weird coming from someone like me with a strong D&D background. I do not expect people to know much about, like, Faerun and stuff. Like, There's so many different universes in D&D especially. I can never imagine expecting a newcomer to be aware of that. But I think D&D is a bit more convoluted in that it plays the multiverse game where there's Faerun, but there's also so many different kinds of D&D that it wouldn't make sense to have a compendium of everything because there would be a lot of contradictory information. But that's so weird. It's kind of in line-ish with FromSoft and Elden Ring stuff. Going to the snobs, but a good printer can make quality. Yeah. I've got a buddy with a printer. We've kicked around like figurines and stuff. He wasn't super into the idea of making figurines. I forgot to like ask him like what his problem was, but more specifically of like what qualms he had. I think it's more about like just the rules of getting into like getting into Warhammer, but I'm the type that really likes, like, if I can make something, I want to make it. So that is way less than what I need. Or like way too much more than what I need. We'll do that. There we go. And then yeah, I could paint my own figurines. I'm sure I could get okay at painting them. But I would like to print my own. A lot of Warhammer content on my socials recently. A lot of stuff about like adding magnets inside the figurines, like you can like stand them up easier and add like attachments to your army. Cool stuff like that. Being able to workshop on your own pieces to me would be part of the fun. Requiring that people have physical stuff like that and then like being snobbish about how they go about making or / getting that stuff is so weird. A big part of players won't let you use why? Oh, you can't use that plastic. Like, that's mind-boggling. You can't use that plastic figurine. You have to use a different kind of plastic figurine. Like, how would they tell if it's painted well? It doesn't make sense to me. Also, what do they think happens in the factory? Like, how do they think it gets made? I don't call people nerds for enjoying their hobbies, but I will absolutely call someone a nerd if they tell me that my plastic toy soldier isn't good enough for their plastic toy soldiers. And I'm sorry, isn't that... I don't know a lot about the factions, but the stuff with the orcs, there's a lot of, like, running jokes about, like... There's, like, an elite type of orc that's elite because they painted him purple and that made him stronger or something. Something like that. Which is so, like... It's so silly and whimsical to me. And that runs so counter to the attitude that a lot of players seem to have. Like, buddy, I'm here to drink Mountain Dew and play with toy soldiers. Like, I don't need your stuff to have cost you hundreds of dollars. I think that's why I have the attitude about D&D that I do. Because a lot of my background is just like the manual and then a pencil and then a paper. I guess then also dice, but... to stifle one's like ability to like be creative about their hobbies is insane. people hide behind the supported creator, but it's really if I'm gonna pay. What the fuck do they think you are? You created the figurines. The difference is that you're not shilling them to other people. The whole point of supporting a creator is to support the creative process, which benefits the community. If you're not... I don't know. I'm like stumbling over my words. That's so preposterous. But, like, what do they think is being done there? I love my local, like, game store, right? But I don't even think they have... I think they have, like, some stuff for Warhammer, but I don't think they have, like, whole... Like, you would order stuff through them. But I like them because they're very, very chill. And they're very, like, realistic about that sort of stuff. They're not expecting... Like, they don't have weird rules like that. Also, most previous game stores I've seen have, like, exorbitant prices. And it's the whole, like, support small business thing. These guys, if anything, have, like, better prices than, like, major franchise stores I've been to, like, major box stores. And, like, crazy deals and stuff. Yeah, realistically, you're only supporting the big corp that makes it, not the creative that thinks it up. I already got paid, yeah. That's what I'm saying. And I understand if there's, like... I don't really understand how it works. I'm going to assume it's along the lines of you have some, like, commander type, like characters in your army. Some, like, big dude / dudes. And then you have, like, an increasing amount of lower grade, like, units. Depending on, like, what faction you're playing. For the... maybe for, like, the big units, maybe? I could see, like, getting something higher quality, but that's only up to you. That shouldn't be someone else's decision. And then especially for the smaller units, I don't need to be buying, like, Space Marines in bulk. I can definitely print those. I think that'd be, like, such a sick, like, use of modern public resources in the modern, like, creative process is to find models or make models for, like, your army. And then, like, if your public library has a 3D printer that's not, like, overpriced or whatever, like, that is supported by public funds, to use that to make like your own, like, army for 40k. That'd be so cool. Like, just as, like, a societal thing that you could do. Okay, I totally lied. I don't understand why this... Oh, I guess it does. I gotta be really precise with where I aim, though. Okay, that one didn't work at all. I guess we can do this. It's gonna be a lot of this. There's a big second-hand community. Oh, yeah, I guess I'd imagine there would be. I didn't really think about that, but yeah, I'd imagine there would be. Recently, there had been an increase in 3D printed stuff that's really similar to the real... Yeah, no shit, because it's, like, manufactured in the same way. But yeah, I understand what you mean, though. Like, the quality has gone up. But yeah, my frustration being, like, it's going to get more and more similar because, like, I say civilian, like, the average consumer grade printer is getting to be really good. Yeah, quote unquote real for sure, getting to the market. And like I've been to cons, IRL, like, conventions where half the vendor tables, what does frustrate me about 3D printing is I've been to, like, these places where half the tables are the same 3D printed stuff I've seen in, like, on, like, Temu and whatever. And, like, on one hand, it's, like, support small, like, makers, but on the other hand, these small makers just, like, copied a pre-existing model online and then hit print and then paid for, like, the plastic spools. I like to support the creative process, not just, like, the copy and pasting. My perspective being someone that doesn't want to blow a ton of cash on quote-unquote real armies. I guess like 3D printing and selling stuff isn't really within the scope of what I'm talking about. That's a whole like different discussion that I don't really have a horse in, but definitely when it comes to 3D printing your own stuff, your own armies, why the heck wouldn't someone be able to? That's crazy to me. STL grabbers, yeah. Again, it's like, it's totally like the people, like there's, I guess, the difference between STL grabbers and then creators who will model something and then put it out there for free because they want other people to have like access to a part that might need replacing or something. That's one thing if like you're making stuff for yourself, but just like walking around a con and seeing all of the exact same stuff, not even painted, just like printed in different colors, is pretty bonkers. It's part of my attitude about like everyone's got to be a hustler nowadays and there's just no creative process to it. Every day I keep seeing more Warhammer stuff though. For me, I think a lot of the joy would be making an army. But if I'm going to be gatekept from participating in Warhammer, like, so this is a great example. Me as a prospective player, I know a little bit about the lore, I have an interest, but if like I'm going to be excluded from games because I didn't pay exorbitant amounts for an army, I don't want to get into Warhammer. Even pay for a good STL and then you want to sell it, you get permission for it only if you have a sub to the Patreon. But if you're making like subpar stuff, then that's where the frustration for some people, yeah. And it's not even the same as any other thing that one could make. Like this is literally just you hit a button at that point. It's not even like it's not even going to like a maker convention or like a I forget, there's like a crafts show and everyone has carved wooden spoons and like, oh, there's a lot of wooden spoons here, that's, you know, but like they've handmade the spoons. It's kind of a weird example, but there's a big difference between something that's handmade and then just like someone grabbed the STL and hit print. That buddy of mine with the 3D printer is working on some stuff from Halo, so like the armor, some of the like weapons, like the assault rifle. But he is neither selling stuff, and on top of that, he is paid for the STLs. So, for personal stuff, yeah, exactly. 100%. Don't see what all the stress is about. I guess you gotta head topside and grab some more deep slates. There we are. If it's gonna keep people from getting into Warhammer, it can't be a good thing. Making a Green Ranger helmet, dope. Yeah, we've had a lot of back and forth. He's working on like assault rifle stuff. I think he already made a Magnum. I forget what game the model would be from. Like which Magnum. But he's doing like some weapons as practice, and he's putting together stuff for the armor. We had a lot of back and forth a few months ago about the helmet specifically, because like the different, like the face plates and the visor specifically, and like the different things you can do to make a visor work. So I think he wants to make something that's fully wearable / usable. At that point, you're looking at like different kinds of filament other than just like the kind of regular stuff. There's one that has a little bit more flex to it. That's a little bit better for like worn cosplays, but I forget the name. I'm not sure. It kind of rings a bell. I think it's already done like something with an ODST helmet, but I think I might be misremembering. We've been very slowly playing through the Master Chief Collection. Before that, I'd only ever played Reach, but at this point, I've also played Halo 4. But that's about it. I actually haven't played that many Halo games. I've seen like plenty of gameplay from other games, but like I myself having like completed games, at this point I've only completed Reach and Halo 4. I think the next on our list is ODST. I like the ODST look when they came out. They wasted an opportunity. That actually does remind me, I think I mentioned this before on stream, the devs for Helldivers, someone posted something in Twitter talking about like a recent collab they had done, because whenever you start talking about collabs in games, you have to start worrying about how much the aesthetic of the game gets washed out by stuff from collabs. So someone posted like an image of several different IPs from left to right. On the far left was Killzone stuff. Somewhere in the middle was Halo ODST stuff. At a certain point, it became like Star Wars stuff. A couple different IPs that were similar-ish to like guy in armor, effectively guy in futuristic-ish armor. Asking the question, hey, where do you draw the line? What is Helldivers? What isn't? What is potentially going to be used for future collabs? And the dev actually responded, and usually you get like wishy-washy answers for stuff like that, but the dev just straight up drew a line right after ODST, so kind of hinting that there might be an opportunity for an ODST collab in the future for Helldivers. At least that's the last I've heard about it. That would be sick. Not only that, but I think they could make incredible bank by sorting stuff out with Microsoft and Sony and finally pushing it to Xbox, and have the like war bond that gets dropped for that update be ODST. So you get the Xbox boys in, give them an ODST war bond all at the same time, have like a big Illuminate drop, so it's just Halo but Helldivers. That would be a sick opportunity for Arrowhead. Do stuff with the Illuminate, get in Xbox, and then drop ODST armor. I can see that putting Helldivers right back up to the numbers that it was whenever it dropped. Would reinvigorate the franchise. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. The franchise is doing pretty well. I think it's kind of surprising when people are like, oh, Helldivers lost whatever percent of its player base, and it's like, yeah, man, we only had 2 factions. Like, it was before the Illuminate. Eventually I stopped playing Helldivers for a while. It was either I bring a loadout that is good for dealing with a bulk amount of enemies, so like rate of fire and stuff, or I bring stuff for armor penetration for the bots. One of the 2 strats. Eventually that gets stale. The Illuminate really reinvigorated stuff, and it's really pleasant to log on and see if there's like an invasion planet, that there's like 16,000 plus Helldivers on that planet at that time. Oh, would reinvigorate the franchise of Halo? Yeah, sure. Like Master Chief Collection sales would probably get like a big spike. I think like having the Master Chief Collection is a pretty good idea on Microsoft's part too. Being able to just buy the bulk package of John Halo, and then, you know, I can just install Reach, I can install Halo 4, I can install ODST. I don't really understand the argument for exclusivity with stuff like this, with like Sony and Helldivers and stuff, because like they already have some association like on PC with Microsoft. I don't get it. I think even Sony, if they open up to Xbox, Sony's gonna have more sales, not less, because now it's even more collaborative. The point of the game is collaboration. Well, the point of the game is a victory, but it's a war effort, so it's victory through collaboration. I don't think Sony really whatever executives really understand about like the individual games under their umbrella. It's so out of touch, is the way I would describe it. If there was like a company that, like a studio that was more caring, who like really understood the games under their umbrella, like that would make more sense. But I don't know. It sounds like Sony's not down to play ball there, so I don't know how long it's gonna take for that to be a thing. But I don't think there's been a single PS5 sale specifically for Helldivers, or specifically for any exclusive for that matter. I don't even know if PS5 is like doing well as a console recently, I mean. And that's absolutely Sony's fault, because of the prices they set for PlayStation Plus and what you get for that price. But yeah, I don't think we would see anything Star Wars collab-esque in Helldivers, weirdly enough. And like, we already have stuff that looks pretty similar in aesthetic to like Stormtroopers, so I don't think there needs to be, but an ODST would be so appreciated. I mean, we effectively have a Warthog now. The was it like the fast response vehicle, or fast? Oh, it's like FRV, fast recon vehicle. That's what it is so bad. It is just the worst, and I adore it. They did a perfect job of adding a vehicle that is just horrible to use, and will inevitably wipe out the team within 1 to 3 minutes of everyone hopping in. Honestly, I don't think PS5 has ever done well. The reasons mentioned and more so. Not mitigating the mass consumption of their initial unit. Yeah, from scalpers. That's the thing. You couldn't get it because they've already said a while back that the PS5 is probably halfway, if not over halfway through its life cycle. You couldn't get it then in the first half of its life cycle. It's only accessible now. You couldn't really get one at the time. So it's been half of its life cycle in scalpers' basements, and then now it's just like Now you're telling me now it's aging? And the console was like $600 or whatever originally, like something like that. You may as well just get a PC at that point if you're going to have to pay that price over and over. $600 plus $100 a year or whatever. A PC, I can easily go 5 years without upgrading any of my hardware. That comes out to the same price. That's part of why I started wanting a PC beyond just like I want to play PC games like as a kid. Like when I really started considering, hey, console's probably not worth it anymore. When you finally get it, there's maybe like a handful of games. Now, the PS5 is no games. Like, well, yeah, why am I trying to buy this thing again? Yeah, my buddies have PS5s. I got 2 friends with PS5s. I got multiple family members with PS5s. It was the big thing for a while, but you know what? It's got no games. I loved the first Spider-Man game, but like I tried Spider-Man, like the second one, and you know what? I wasn't really a fan. Like, I don't know what the deal was. It's whatever, but strange stuff. Yeah, PC Master Race for real. Not even that, because I think PC Master Race has more, like, had more to do with, oh, it performs better, performance this, performance that. At this point, it's just the cost-effective option now. Like, the old running joke was, oh, I don't want to pay $1,500, or it used to be like, the average number was $1,000. At least that's what I paid for mine, even recently, too. There's no reason it needs to be quite that expensive. Either way. The whole like thing was, oh, I don't want to pay $1,000 just to like run games. But like that's not the case anymore. Like that is the active price of a modern console with a year or two of subscription to their online services. Make the mistake Xbox made trying to make an all-around entertainment unit and not a gaming unit. That's why PC offers more, gives more. Yeah, so like that, I do use my PS4 for like general entertainment, but like trying to make it to be a whole system at that point, from the standpoint of a corporation, I understand Sony's a big company and they're like their PlayStation branch is a whole separate thing. So they do want a hand in the gaming industry, but at that point, because I like Sony, like physical products, like Sony Electronics, they like as like cameras. I like Sony cameras. They're trying to get into like tech as a whole, or continue having a hold on tech as a whole, and they want entertainment centers. And I know they already make PC parts. Why not just double down and invest more in doing that? Unless they really want to have a hand in console gaming. My thing is, like, I can get frustrated when something is inconvenient to me, but I'm just one guy. My opinion matters very little. My thing is when I don't really understand even like the motivation for a company to do that decision, other than it just straight up hating people. Like, I feel that way about Nintendo. Like, if it's a company trying to expand their base, that's one thing. But straight up, it's just a bad PR sometimes with Nintendo. Like, I don't understand the MO. Cameras, audio, video, yes, but gaming's getting diluted. Exactly. Sony had a decent, I think it was an M.2 SSD for a while, maybe. My buddy got one of those. I use stuff from Crucial, but Sony has some okay stuff. I was gonna pick up a Sony monitor a while back, but I never ended up getting it. But yeah. They had some interesting camera tech back in the day, but you know, That's the thing, back in the day. I don't know, a lot of companies are kind of diluted now, like as a whole. You can say that about most things. There's like, you know, there's Wizards of the Coast, there's this, there's that. A lot of auto manufacturers as well. Just like from the standpoint of a corporation, I'm just kind of unsure why. If it's for assets and they just want to hold on to these IPs and make money from them, and they have an active like community, leave them be, own them, and take like a chunk of the cash. But like, it's not them owning things, it's them micromanaging things that's driving stuff into the ground. And hey, FromSoft is selling to Sony, by the way. I mean, maybe that deal that ended up falling through recently, but the last I heard, maybe a month ago, was that they had to sell to Sony to prevent a takeover from a different company. I don't think Sony had a hand in like the announcement of Night Rain. Maybe Night Rain's gonna be the best thing ever. Right? Maybe it's going to be the new thing. I'm just kind of worried about Elden Ring Night Rain. I don't like that now Sony's name is behind things. I miss it when it was like a dude in a room behind a computer. Like, if you ever see old like photos of Hideo Kojima making like using Legos to mock up rooms in some like the old Metal Gear Solid games before they're like added to the game digitally. That's the kind of thing I like to see. Like that sort of dedication to the product. Or like Miyazaki for Dark Souls. Like the lore and stuff being inspired by like storybooks as a kid. It's a very nostalgic thing for them. And that's great. Yeah, it's a whole different story altogether, and I just cannot fathom why a company is like doing stuff. Sony is bad, but I think Nintendo's been pretty awful as well. That said, I think the devs, considering that Helldivers has had to kind of be in works with Sony for this long, I think the devs have done a pretty good job at maintaining the feel of it. I was worried that it would lose the personal feel, because I remember when it was new, there was like Joel was a thing. They're like, oh, Joel is adding this, Joel is adding that, Joel is showing up in our games and doing this and that. That was cool. Like, the idea of there being some dude, some game master, felt very personal. And like the devs tweeting stuff, whatever. And it's still that way now. I logged on like just last night and it was like, oh, we have a new announcement from the Ministry of Truth. The Terminids have done this, the Terminids have done that. We need to go defend this planet. That's the draw of Helldivers. And hopefully, I mean, I don't think it's coming soon, but it would be really on the nose, because right now the big major order going on is the Terminids. The Gloom, which is like the flood from Halo effectively, is spreading. So we gotta like hold back the Terminids. They're taking over like a whole third of the galaxy at this point, at least as of last night when I looked at the map. That's so akin to the flood from Halo. It would be such a good time to get them in. Do that, have the flood, get the Halo boys in, do something with the Illuminates because they are Covenant-esque, and then drop in ODST Warbond. As I think that's a great idea. But then inevitably there's going to be people like, oh, they're just selling out. Like, no one, you can't make everyone happy, but I do legitimately think it's a great idea. Oh shoot, I had to reset chat. I was like, what? Something's going on. I'm seeing more messages in the little box than on screen. Oh, sorry, make sure the stream is doing okay actually, first off. It was like buffering. You heard of that too? It makes no sense to you. It's like a yeah. Offers you can't refuse and deals you have to make. Yeah. We kind of had that conversation earlier today. I was talking to people this morning. I started stream kind of late because I got like hung up chatting, but like it's very much nowadays. Oh, you signed the EULA, you signed this, but like you don't have a choice most of the time. Like unless you want to sit there and stare at a wall all day, you have to sign a contract. Before stream started like buffering and stuff, I was gonna say, Helldivers, there's a lot of reasons why it has like succeeded as much as it has, and why it feels so good. One of my complaints about like hero shooters is I miss like Call of Duty Ghosts and stuff, where like I'm just a guy with a gun. That's it. With Helldivers, it strikes a balance between you are the best thing that has ever happened, you are a hero, this and that, but also like once you drop into a match, you're like you immediately become mortal again. It's so on the nose for so many reasons of like the worshipping of these like what are effectively soldiers, but then like the conditions that they're dropped into being totally different, and the flip of you are a celebrity to you are just a guy trying to survive on the battlefield makes the gameplay experience way more dynamic, and I think that adds so much to it. And also just the funny moments. Like earlier, I was like when I was down here, I started talking about the FRV, the vehicle. That thing is so incredibly front heavy that I can't look sideways at a rock without flipping the whole thing over. And the amount of times it has been the death of me and my entire squad is too many to count. Even better yet, if one of your squad mates is on the turret and you like hit something, like you impact a boulder or whatever, something that stops the FRV in its tracks, the gunner will go flying out because they are not wearing a seatbelt. On top of that, there are no, it's on the subject of seatbelts, there's no seatbelts at all in the FRV, such that with any like major impact, people will go flying. The gunner just goes flying a little bit more easily, but I've noticed that like in the case of major flips and rolls, it will eject the passengers. It's like bad good. The funny thing is, like, they did a good job with having kind of a it's easy to get into like driving the FRV, but it actually takes a lot to get like good at it and not die immediately. So like you can just drive around in automatic on drive, but you can also drop to like first and second low. But unironically, it's better to just drive around in those gears because you don't end up going like 60 miles an hour around a rocky like battlefield. Like that's generally not a good practice and has been the ruin of my squad a few times. I would also pretty easily believe that Arrowhead is going to be adding more vehicles. I really want a motorcycle. Like driving a bike around in Helldivers would be so funny. I think it would dilute the game too much if they did it, but it'd also be nice to get like a bicycle, something just really crummy. But I think it would dilute the game a bit too much. Like a little bicycle for your Helldiver with like a little bell and tassels. There we go. This last section. I'm sure this won't be the last time I have to come down here and grab Deep Slate, but this is definitely enough for the rest of the floor and probably enough for a good chunk of the walls. There we go. I sure hope they add more vehicles to the game though. I'd love to get more going on in Helldivers. I think the recon vehicle is a great first choice though. It serves almost no purpose, but it's so funny. The machine gun on it is pretty okay. So like it is nice as like a mobile gun platform, but that's about it. There's a lot of MGs in the game that you can walk around with, making you the mobile gun platform, so it's a bit of a moot point. Yeah, this got me in the mood for Helldivers. The Terminids have been popping off apparently. They gotta be stopped. See, is there any other like sections that I missed? I want to make sure this is the last area of floor. No, I think it's good. I'll worry about the stairs later. It's not going to happen in a million years, but it would be so funny if they added Armored Core stuff to Night Rain, because it's still FromSoft. Man, is 2 stacks not going to be enough? I feel like I'm running low already. That's absolutely not going to be enough. Okay. Getting to be the tricky part of this. how much? 2, 4, 6, 8. We'll say 22. Oh, I actually made 24. It might be 24. This is kind of like the big, scary, tedious part of this, and then it's like going to be the walls, which honestly might be more tedious. Also, 24 was not nearly enough. 2, 4, 6, 10. Why is it an odd number? One wouldn't think that it would come out to be an odd number. Nope, I need that. Well, that's literally impossible, so we'll get as close as we can to that. I mean, unless one throws away a slab, but... Nice. That's the floor, and the roof. That's the walls. It'll be nice once I remove a lot of the temporary lighting. That's not going to be enough deep slate, but it's a start. I was going to say we'll do the like outer perimeter first, but being walls, that's the only thing that needs to be done is the outer perimeter. It's all polished too, so that works. It's just that some of it is stairs and some of it is slabs. I think this is the case where doing the math ahead of time is going to be really helpful. So obviously most of it is going to be normal blocks, but for every section there's going to be 4 stairs, because most of it's already, well, some of it's already connected to the wall. I actually don't think there's any slabs. Yeah, unless I want to like semi-round it out, but it might look better just being a square. And then like a bunch of skulk, obviously, because there's, you know, skulk behind it. So 4 per. Given that there's 3 chunks there, just gonna spitball that as 6 more. But I have some stairs still laying around. Not that many. We'll bring some just in case. Why do I have that? We'll do this. How about that? 32 stairs. And then the rest can be skulk, which is hiding from me. There we go. Where am I? Oh, I fell into the door. Oh yeah, since I added that, does it work anymore? I didn't break it. It closes. I just recently learned how 0 tick redstone works, which it's not really 0 tick, it's 0 redstone ticks, but it's 1 game tick. So effectively you can make a door that closes instantly instead of like sliding up. Do I have spare redstone components? Not really. Yeah. Hold on. 1, 2 for 2 torches, and 1, 2, 3 for 3 torches, plus a couple spare dust. I'm short on wood. Thankfully, bamboo exists. Okay, there's something going on here. I have too much of stuff. Cobble can go away. I'm gonna hold on to the sticks. 5, 1 repeater, 1 comp. Grab some bamboo. I hear a wandering trader. I like rainy days like this, like these like dark, just really overcast days. I think it's dawn though. I'm just leading the zombie around in circles. Here we are. Nope. Just inconveniencing me immensely. I want to throw this together, make sure I have this right. How did that end up back in my inventory? Hello? That's wood? Oh, cobblestone. Shoot. Is that my parrot like mimicking a skeleton? Hello? That scared me. I didn't think they broke down doors unless it was a villager. Jeez. Oh, wait a minute. I don't like it like that. Goodness. Oh, then they always fill up my inventory with their rotten flesh. Disgusting. What was I doing? Oh, yeah, this. Jeez, where is my piston? There it is. Okay. Nah, I don't want that. Actually, hang on, I do want that. I need a lever. Yeah, so I have this right. Here. Because this is the similar, like a similar layout to a pulse shortener, but it shortens it quite a bit more than like the normal one. Oh, hang on, I might need a second one. I see. Right. 4, 5, 6, and then like a few more. Yeah, my bad, it's a second piston too. So I am curious about this. 1 piston, 1 slime. Can I still make the lever? There we go. To the basement. One of these. Or one of these. Back up top side. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I want to make sure I have this like idea correct. Also, I don't even think the redstone will update, so I'll have to do like this. Yeah. Nice. So it's instantaneous. It's 0 tick. Well, it's 1 game tick, but the comparator has like priority with stuff, with like redstone. So it's pretty much immediate. It's just up there. In fact, if I grab a second slime. Now, it doesn't need to be this fast, but anything less, anything that's 1 redstone tick or less, a sticky piston will just leave the block behind. It won't stick to it. So anything that inputs just a 1 tick signal works for a toggle. That said, with the copper bulbs, you don't really need to do that anymore, but back in the old days, this was the way to do it. It's just up. It's just immediately down. It's so good. I love junk like this. Like, it's not super useful to me right now. Instant. See what I mean? It's... Oh, I can't press it while crouched. Instantly up. I want to do a 0 tick piston door at some point, but it's a little bit different from doing just a normal piston door. that'll be one of my other villainous projects, but first of all, to be a villain, one needs a lair. Alright, so I want to make sure the pattern for this lines up on the other side. I guess I'll start from, I don't know if I should start from the corner or start from here. There'll also be quite a bit of material that needs to be removed. I think I'm done picking stuff up. If it ends up in my inventory, that's fine, but I am no longer collecting dirt or stone. There's nothing that is ever going to get done as far as this series lasts that will require as much stone as what I have. At no point am I going to need more rocks. Of course, I say that, I'm going to end up needing more at another point. Right, so realistically, this should end up here. Okay, I need to dig up as far as I can along the whole length of this. The good news is there's only 4 of them because they're walls, and it's a square, so... Honestly, it's not the worst part of the whole thing. Like, all the tedious parts are done. This part is, like, to me, it's more fun. Because it's more, like, aesthetic. I said this is like 10 blocks tall, so it's a little bit that needs to be removed. I'm running up as far as I can, and then I'll hop up on the scaffolding and get the rest. I'm also glad I decided to do it like a step down. I think that's really helped. The scaffolding has a lot of torches on it that's providing a lot of this temporary lighting. This is going to be a lot more dim and atmospheric whenever it's done. And if it's still a little bit too bright, I can alter the pattern of light on the pillars. Make stuff a little bit more dark. But the way it is now, the frog light's already kind of high up off the ground, leaving the terrain a little darker. Also, light only travels so far, right? So, how do I put this? That section of wall is 5 blocks away from the pillars. Technically, it's 6 blocks away from the light, but it's 6 blocks away from a light source. This is 7 blocks away from a light source, so it's going to look much darker even just expanding this, which is the point. Ooh, yeah, how am I going to get up there? I need, like... Oh, I can hop up here, I guess. Like on the foot of these. I don't want to, like, disturb my own floor. Usually, like, this amount of rubble will be, like, 1/10 of what needed to be dug out for, like, the whole floor. This is... Oh, I fell. That's a lot of rock, but, like, it is a whole quarter of the wall. So it's definitely less demoralizing than every other task thus far. I hear some pillagers upstairs, but I really don't care. They can chill. That said, there's this, and then it needs to be dug in even a little bit further in most of the areas for this sculk to sit. But, I mean, it's that's going to add depth and atmosphere to the build, so it's so worth. That's not correct. Ah, shoot. It's not like a major thing, but stuff like that gets under my skin pretty quick. It was almost perfect. Now I need to find out which areas need to go 1 block further. So these pillars are 1 block wide. So it's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, space, 2, 3, space, 2, 3, space, 1, 2. This better line up on the other side. It's gonna be really sad. I mean, so far it's lining up with this. 1, 2, 3. That's not that much material. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Cool. How far down does it go? Let's start down here. In here. So 1, 2, 3. Space. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Space. 2, 2, 3. 2, 3. Space. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Wow. Okay. So it's just straight up there. Can't get rid of that one. That was bothering me. I miss our Enderman friend from earlier. Maybe we'll show up again if it starts raining. He was just kind of hanging around the other night. Honestly, once like this part of wall is added, once each wall is done, that's the last thing that needs to be done like up high so the scaffolding can be removed. In fact, right now, like a good portion of the scaffolding can be removed because most of it is in the center of the build for the pillars, but I don't really need that right now. So I might add this sculk and then go tear down some of the scaffolding because I don't think I need to go to the ceiling anymore. Hopefully I have enough sculk for at least like this wall. I have a good amount. Just add it all the way down. It's animated, so there's that, but it's also like a nice green-blue tone, which works well with stuff like this. Given that we're using green frog lights and eventually soul lanterns, which are blue, we're going for a lot of cool tones, cool lighting. If we add any fluids, it'll be water or something like that. No, this is definitely enough. You can have like reddish, like orange colors that are still cooler compared to other reds and oranges, but it's just easier with like blue-green. I'm no expert, so it's just kind of easier for me to do it this way. I'm also like in Minecraft, you're pretty limited with what light sources you have to work with, and especially if it's something that's emitting light, it's going to come off as like warm. Where to go to remove these, like where to start from is kind of a good question, but I assume I would start from the middle. Like a painter who did like a mural in a church and is removing all like the scaffolding and stuff so we can actually like stand back and look at stuff. That said, some of the scaffolding has to like remain near the edge so I can actually do the walls. But all the like roof and pillar stuff can go. Get rid of these. It's like, it's strangely satisfying. Makes the build feel a lot more complete. This part might need to stay because this is our way up, or at least one of them. So that'll stay. Oh, right, and then this. So, no, some of it. Put that away. There we go. Remove these, remove that. Nah, shoot. I was trying to do it without falling. It's a very common occurrence around here. Gonna liberate the pillars. Because like right now you can't really see the full scale of stuff. Because like your line of sight is blocked by all this stone. Yeah, I don't need the temporary light blocks anymore either. None of the torches or anything I added. Oh yeah, we're gonna get rid of that. An Enderman placed that a while back and we were attached to it for a little while. Here we are. Do that. I didn't realize how much scaffolding I had built. There was a lot of like preparatory work for this build. Being that I don't have superpowers and I can't fly. Remove this. Add that, there we go. Yeah, this is exhilarating, I know, but it's gonna be it's satisfying for me at least. Like I feel accomplished. If anything, this is like for me first. Like for myself first. This is gonna be great. There's not as much temporary lighting up here, so this build is a little bit brighter than I thought it would be, but pushing the walls back is definitely gonna help dim things down a little bit. Get any of the like reflective surfaces away from any light blocks. But yeah, we don't need the center scaffolding anymore. The center is done. The floor, the roof, the pillars, it's just the walls. Back it up, there we go. Yeah, towards the end here. We'll bring out the evil frog once it's done. I wonder what we'll name it. Dave or something. Get rid of that. Oh, is that the last of it? Ish. We need the outer perimeter for the walls, but... Let's grab this. Because our line of sight has been blocked the entire time by this scaffolding. I had to like duck down and peek under it to check out the ceiling. Oh. I'll leave that as a way up. None left, right? Yep. Alright, huge. We're back over here, ignoring all the rubble on the floor. Perfect. Yeah, now we just have to bring that wall all the way around. Darken this place up a bit. Huge. I wonder if I should continue doing this wall, like finish each wall at a time, or just straight up go around and do them all like at the same time. There's a lot of deep slate clogging in my inventory. Mostly it's Skulk, so I think we'll just start adding where Skulk is going to go, which is going to be around this. First off, this whole thing needs to get removed, like this whole segment here. I know like a lot of the build is kind of tedious. No, it's not like exhilarating, but you need to push the walls back if you want the lighting to work. Like that's just kind of how it works. You can't have stuff be like that reflective and expect the same results, expect the same like cool lighting. So unfortunately, we must be general contractors before we get to be villains. Fill these out. Oh, I need some light. I wonder how the villagers are doing. I might check on them in a minute. I sort of gave them freedom, but it's kind of up to them whether or not they take it. I don't have a lot of faith in their ability to sustain themselves. But we have like a small village, and then we made a villager breeder for our like trading area, and then kind of funneled the rest to a larger village in the hopes that they'd inhabit it, but I don't think we've been lucky so far. Add some of this. That stuff may spawn up there, but the odds are pretty slim. And even if it did, I don't think it's gonna harm anything. Get up on the scaffolding first, anyway. Like so. Nice. Yeah, I thought a lot of the light was coming from like torches and stuff up here, but there's only like a handful along the wall. So it's this, and then a little bit deeper in some areas for Skulk. The cool thing is you can do this yourself like pretty easily, but you do need like a silk touch hoe for the Skulk. You can use other tools, but like the hoe, even without efficiency, will just insta-mine it, so it's kind of recommended. And then that and like a pickaxe of some sort. Absolutely something that's really efficient, because this is a ton of digging. I am never going to use this amount of stone ever in this world. It is not going to happen. And it broke out to the surface here. That's fine. I want to see how the villagers are doing. That's a tunnel. It hasn't exploded or anything. Nope, they're just hanging around. There's so many of them there. That's not even the majority of them. The majority of them are like under the breeder. You know what? If they're happy, I'm happy. That's fine. It just eventually they could make their way to the village. They could live prosperous, probably pretty short lives there because the terrain's pretty bad and there's a lot of caves, but oh well. Speaking of caves, I wish to return to mine. It only just barely interferes with my terrain as well. It'll be real easy to terraform over this. Just kind of get rid of these. Oh, didn't need to do that one. Having the instant shovel is a little tricky. It's really, it's a bit much. Be really careful. It's a strong tool, but with great power comes great inconvenience sometimes. Boop, boop, boop. Nope, that's wrong. Okay. So this is, how tall does the sculpt go? Here. So 1, 2, 3. 3. Okay, that lines up. Space 3, space 3. Shoot. Hello? Oh, he fell down here. Okay. Oh, that's cool. 3. Nope. Okay. We seem to be at an impasse. 3. Just gonna do this. It's cool with cobblestone because Enderman can't move it, but I have heaps and heaps of stone. So we're doing that. Man. This guy is severely inconveniencing me. I don't even have my sword out. Hang on a minute. Give me a second. There we go. Why? I don't really get the skeleton pathfinding a lot. Sometimes they like stay miles away from you and don't want to approach you. They don't let you get close. Other times they like get right up in your grill. As someone who grew up with a multitude of siblings, I get very annoyed really quickly with the I'm not touching you game, so skeletons have become my #1 enemy. I mean, aside from villagers sometimes. Something's gone no wait, no, that's not wrong at all. Okay, I was gonna say something went catastrophically wrong here. Alright, that does line up, thank goodness. There we go. I don't think I'm gonna have enough sculk for this back wall. We had enough for the left wall, so that gives me a good idea of like how much I need. Not that much. Like surprisingly, considering how fast you get it. Yeah, light this up. That's a problem. I'm not making that jump. There we go. My faith in my own parkour is very limited. Add this. all the way down. Overall, this has been a pretty like fun project. I don't know if I've learned a lot. Usually that's like my takeaway is I've learned something, but it's just been like a few inconveniences. We have like, I guess, on the way to doing the project, figured out like a pretty good concept for a series that we're doing, but like that comes after this. I'm gonna complete this and be like, well, what now? I think we're just gonna name the frog Evil Advisor and let him just kind of hop around the place. There shouldn't be anything here that would be dangerous, except for like side rooms that he might hop into. We'll see. Do this, do that. There we go. I thought that was a skeleton up there. Almost ruined my day. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Oh, don't do that. Okay. These middle sections are probably going to be the most tedious. I'm doing them first. The bottoms and tops should be a lot easier to reach. There. All the way down. Oh, that's dirt. I enter my inventory so fast. Slap this down. I think I have more skulk, but I think we're running low. We'll see. I think doing it this way is nice because like it's half the tedium done all in one shot. Oh, I do have some. Okay. This is a lot of coal. I have to process this coal at some point. I don't think this is going to be enough for... Unironically, it might be enough for the rest. I don't know. Because I realize that the door takes up a lot of room. So areas like that are going to be improved later. All the bottoms down and then hop up top. The only reason why I don't think it would be enough is I have to do the tops up there. I kind of skipped that. Place these. Oop, there we go. Yeah, sweet. Just gotta go topside. I don't think Enderman can move Skulk. Nah, we'll leave that one out there. Not worth it. I don't think they can move Skulk, so I think I'm good. Not that it would like harm a lot, but it would be like comically inconvenient. Unless I have like spares left over. Bye, Skulk. See if we can't get this done in less than 5 minutes before it despawns, because I'm not heading down there to pick it up. Unless I fall. My pinky is holding the line on the shift key right now. Let's hope it doesn't fall through. Wait a minute. Oh, never mind. It's fine. Why is it like this? Oh, I guess that's as high as I could mine last time. I'm gonna double check. Why is it shaped like a Mogus? Okay, no, it's good. Ooh, I'd also really like to do a lockdown protocol. I keep seeing content coming out of it. I know it's not exactly like the latest thing anymore. It was a little bit more popular a while back, but it still looks pretty fun. These down. Yeah, this is definitely not enough. Like, not even close. I didn't realize how much needed to be added still. Oh, okay. That's all the sculk for 2 of the walls done. And like, this is for the full wall. There's not a lot of chambers carved out yet, except for like the frog habitat in there. So chambers can be added, and then I'll get more sculk back, but not gonna like plan it out that much in advance. We'll add like areas to this build later. The first thing I want is to just like get the whole thing put down. Get this upper ring. There's an upper ring, there's a lower ring. Wait a minute. Oh, I guess it's fine because it like tapers in because of that. Okay. I was gonna say that doesn't look good. Oh, so behind the stair did matter. Well, I kind of gotta make sure the rest are the same way too. I assumed that would be covered up. Now, one would imagine that these vertical pillars would be under the stair, but I did it wrong, so we're just gonna roll with it and pretend it was an on-purpose decision. Pretend it just had to do with the art direction. Oh, don't tell me I can't. Ah, it's fine. I can just jump up a little bit further. Nice. Do these. And it's like just 4 stairs per section. 2, 2, 3, 4. Oh, right. Well, hang on. It's this. There we go. I forgot we went down half a step. And like the rest of the floor, so the walls are going to be up half a step to make up for it. Well, like, not really to make up for it, just like by natural consequence. It does make it so that I can't jump up here, and it makes it like make more sense to have soul lanterns up on a shelf. Right at about head height then. Or just add these first and then come back for the stairs. There we go. A little bit faster. Good. Bottom's done. Well, bottom of one wall. Up to the top. Nope, nope. Oh, I'm nearly out of potatoes. Shoot. I'm gonna try not to fall. I'm not gonna crouch walk so much. Taking like ages to get stuff done. There we go. Turn back around. Okay, this angle is a little bit worse. There we go. Nice. Unless I want to kind of alter these segments, that's done. No, that looks fine. I'm not gonna worry about that. We can remove this scaffolding now, this side. Probably should have started with the back wall, but it doesn't really matter. Is this done? Well, the corners are a different story. We'll leave the corner up. No, not that. Get up here. There we go. Why is this like so... There's so much material here. I'll leave the corner in place though, because I might need to like round that off. Get this line out. Go. Get these. Oh, we're pretty close to the corner. Cool. Leave it like up to there. Come back this way. Oh, is that it? Yeah. Alright, so this wall's done. It's already like so much moodier. We just have like the kind of half wall that's gonna be there. Kind of like the rest of these vaults. I gotta put away all the spare stone again. I might even have to repair the pick, but it might be able to get through the project. It's pretty tough. I might start with just removing the blocks, but I don't know if I want to keep doing something like so repetitive. It's absolutely necessary for the build. Like, I can't just skip it, but I've been removing blocks for a very long time. This whole thing was just a solid rock that I had to cave out because I was too stubborn to just find a cavern. So this is all solid ground, and now it's not. A true feat of engineering. I might go check on the frogs. Oh, the torches can go too. There we go. I'm gonna go check on the frogs. See how they're doing. I mean, I'm sure they're doing just fine, but like... they're chilling. I like how whenever they walk, because how stuff sinks into mud, it looks like they're on top of it, but it can like vary. But if they're just sitting there, they kind of sink into it, like one would imagine a frog might do. I might add a few more. I'll have to grab some like tadpoles from them, because we need to get like a third frog in here to round this off. We need to cover up the redstone door as well, because I don't really trust the frog to not get kind of caught in the machinery. But I'm here to dig. And this is as efficient as it gets without a beacon. And like 99% of the work is done already, so there's not really much of a point. Hell yeah, there we go. Maybe up a little bit further, because the scaffolding doesn't reach all the way to the wall. Pick Cool thing is this is the last like big wall. That wall over there is going to be like about half the work, considering there's a ginormous door in the middle. So it should be okay. My cat's like flipping out at something. I don't know what her problem is. She's been preposterous these last few days. I don't know if it's just getting like cabin fever because it's been like winter, but she's been pretty hyper. Like up to here, I guess? And then I know now that behind the stair needs to happen. It's a shame it hasn't really been like raining. I might have to like find rain noises to put into stream artificially. You know what? I do have rain noises. I totally could. The problem is I don't have them as like a standalone audio. It would take me like a minute. It wouldn't be that hard though. I just wouldn't be able to like use OBS for a minute. I'd have to reset some stuff. I might make that after stream, because that wouldn't take more than a couple minutes. Oh. There we go. That said, I do need to visit the Deep Dark here in a minute, because I'm out of sculpt. And a little bit more Deep Slate would be nice. I don't even need that much more. Wait a minute, was this necessary? I guess it might have been. Like space behind here, like this bar. But I think it is. That. We'll be able to take a moment to like decompress a bit once this wall is out. We'll get some more potatoes, just do some like surface level Minecraft stuff. Before that, I might like go like stretch, do stuff, kind of walk around a bit. I can have y'all babysit the frogs for me. I'll have to close the door behind me because I don't know if there's like gonna be mobs spawning or like dropping in anymore. Eat that. There we go. Yeah, for now we'll just like do this. Not my problem anymore. I'll set this up. Oh, wait, this doesn't need to be on the charger anymore. I can move this. Some like basic housekeeping. There we go. There we go. Alright, I'll be right back. Hey, I'm back. Goodness. There we go. Oh, I forgot I closed this off. Ran straight into my own wall. Yeah, this is good, but once again, I've ended up with an inventory full of stone that I'm never gonna use, so... That's gotta go somewhere. There's already too much. Oh, I forgot I had still, like, some deep slate up here. Okay. That actually really helps. That might even be enough for, like, the rest of it. Let's move some of this out of here. That's nowhere near enough, like, room cleared out. I need to, let's see, we don't need like half of this stuff. We can move those up. The dirt's like okay, but I already have a ton. Move that, there we go. If I end up needing more deep slate, we can do a separate chip for that. But I've already done as much strip mining as I really want to do, nor do I think I really need much more. So what we do need is skulk. So you're gonna drop down into the mines real quick. Oh wait, shoot, potatoes. I don't have any food with which to go into the mines with, except for 7 whole baked potatoes, which is actually like quite a lot, but not in game. I imagine they're like meant to be quite small, given like it only restores 3 hunger. Yeah, I don't have much down here. Check upstairs. Is it nighttime? It is. Oh, none in there, none in there. Well, potato time. I'm not really sure how to do the 0-tick piston door on any scale larger than a 1x2, like just a basic doorway. Of course, that's probably good enough. I want to start like getting more familiar with a little bit more advanced redstone stuff. I'm pretty good as is, but there's like some really niche things you can do that I've only just recently discovered. Stuff that's like a lot faster than traditional redstone. There we go. Alright, that's plenty of potatoes. Come on. There we go. Having the farm downhill is such a great idea whenever you're going to the farm, but becomes less of a good idea whenever you're coming back from the farm. Jam these in here, put the rest in here, grab a bucket, hop downstairs. I still haven't made the storage room look nice yet, but it's fine. Hop up here. Boom. Alright, now we go down. Nope, didn't need that. There we go. No, I might grab a few. Grab a second one. I'm sure this won't be like a very intense activity, to be honest. I think we'll be okay. Like, I don't think a 10th baked potato is going to save me from falling into lava if that happens. That's totally going to get done tonight, too. I was kind of like... I was a little iffy as to whether I could make that much progress, but it turned out to go pretty quick. The floor was not that bad. If anything, the floor took the most time. Now I just gotta come in here and smack some plants around a little bit with this. It's also like barely put a dent on the hoe at all. Thought it would be like a lot more damaging to it. I think I've cleared out all the Shriekers nearby, so I'm not really concerned any longer. I thought there'd be a lot more, but it turned out to just be like one or two that were terrorizing me. I don't want to fall into anything though. I'm sure this is going to be enough. It's not that much scope. Like, it's a decent amount. It's a few stacks, but like, it only just barely qualifies as a mega build, if that. Kinda not really. How are we feeling with that? That's a decent amount. I'm sure this... Well, we can see. I don't want to be down here for ages and ages. We will see. I really just want to, like, get building, get this done. We keep sidetracking to go, like, take care of the villagers and stuff. We'll build this and then we'll hatch our evil advisor. I wonder if I have any blackstone for, like, a throne or anything. Probably have to go pick some up. I don't think I have that much. I know where to get it, but it's just not on hand. Looking good so far. I still haven't done a diamond sword. I keep trying, but last time we did one, we lost it, so... Normal iron sword for the time being. Pop up here, check on the taters. Oh, nice. Okay, that's enough. We have these. And we got the wall dug out. Huge. So it's just like adding stuff. We might have to dig a little bit more, but it's not a lot. I moved the deep site down here, right? Yeah, there it is. Alright. It's at least all going to be polished. Whether it's bricks or tiles afterwards is whatever. But luckily polish is the first, like, stage on the list from cobbled. It's cobbled, polished, bricks, tiles. Yeah, that's all the way up. Okay. So I think the first thing I'll do is dig out the in-between sections. Little hard to see. But there's one pillar here. Right? Yeah? Okay. There we go. Okay, now I get it. Yeah, so this had to get removed. Pretty much as high up as I can dig. Not gonna agonize over it. If anything, I might do like just a quick run of like the bottom layer so I know where stuff goes. 2, 3, 2, 3. That said, this bottom section, yeah, no, this bottom section doesn't get done. There's not really a point in doing that. The skulk starts up here, and then goes all the way up. There we go. Hey there, welcome in. We're nearly done with the build we've been working on for like a couple streams. Just like adding some of the finer details to the walls and stuff. That said, there's going to be a lot added afterwards. Different rooms, but for like the main chamber, this is it. We thought we'd get it done yesterday, but it turned out to be like a lot more than I thought. I'll have to go back and like add in the extra blocks I dug out for no reason. That's what I meant by like, I don't like going and repeating steps, or like going and working backwards. I accidentally removed a little bit too much material. So like these don't need to be a thing. If anything, they're in the way. I don't know if really anything can spawn in those little 1x1 holes, but I want to keep them from appearing. Oh, and it's raining! Nice. Are most of my subs from the fog? Absolutely. Most of my subs specifically are from shorts run to advertise from the fog. So, if anything, I've been like very slowly changing out subs. I don't think I've gotten any more or any less subs in like the last month since I started streaming a lot more. So I've been losing subs for like from short form content, but my plan was never to do mostly short form content. So subs from that weren't super helping stuff. So now I'm getting subs for like streaming. But yeah, almost all of them were from the fog originally. That said, I plan on like returning to stuff there. But I want to do like at least a couple months of streaming like other stuff. My goal is to kind of change out my subscriber base kind of over time from what like realistically was mostly from short form content to people who are mainly there for long form content. That said, it's fine because at some point I might do a few vertical live streams which would be put out to the shorts feed. So it's kind of here or there. No big deal like either way. I like streaming more than regular videos? That's a good question. I would say I do. The ironic part being I really was against doing streaming for quite a while. I was just kind of nervous about this, about like the logistics of this. I didn't know how to do this or that. Didn't think I had the network for stuff. But with like a couple upgrades, I kind of got into it. And it's really picked up. So yeah, at this point I do enjoy it a lot more. Because like a lot of the process in the videos for like building things and getting things done, you lose it because it's not as like high octane as getting chased around and stuff. But then I feel like it loses some of the genuine like gameplay. It feels a little disingenuous, I think, sometimes with long form content when I'm having to make it like high octane or whatever. And when I was like earlier on and trying to just like gain subs, that was fine. But now that I'm trying to like network with people and stuff, being genuine is my like biggest friend now. Also, I did the same thing up here. I don't need this top row. So while a lot of people did like the From the Fog stuff, and it was more genuine, I feel, than a lot of other series that are out there. Even beyond that, I feel like streaming is more genuine to me. Am I ever going to do any other games like other than Minecraft for streaming? Yeah, absolutely. I don't really have a timeline on when that might be, but that's definitely something that I want to do. We've been talking about that a couple times because other people have asked me the same thing. On the list already, for sure, just at some points in the upcoming year, is Skyrim and Shadow of the Colossus, because both of those are very nostalgic for me. And then kind of the same thing with Dark Souls 3, it's very nostalgic, so those two, Dark Souls 3, a few others. I'm sure I'll do like other games as, you know, they pop off. Maybe Helldivers, although I've had some technical issues with that. As much as I enjoy Helldivers as a game, streaming it is a little like iffy. If I like horror games, yeah, I have a couple. Oh, I didn't mean to do that without Silk Touch. I have a couple. I like analog horror. I wish there was more like co-op analog horror out there, but I already have Lethal Company, which I've been considering doing some like solo Lethal Company runs, which wouldn't be that hard. I don't have much more than that. I feel like the horror genre for games it's been doing better, but for a while it was kind of slop. There's been a few more like indie and then also analog horror games that have come out that have been pretty cool. In general, I think I prefer like sandbox and like survival games. But yeah, horror is fine too. Have I heard of bad parenting? Boy, have I. Sorry, that was terrible. As a game, have I heard of bad parenting, the game? No. Usually, like, someone will mention a game and it'll ring a bell. That doesn't ring a bell to me. So I haven't really heard of it. Add these. Finally. Now we can add the lower parts of it. I've done other like sandbox games on sandbox, but I've done survival games on stream. I've done Once Human, I've done No Man's Sky. Yeah, Shadow of the Colossus would probably be up next. That or Skyrim. Will I ever do collabs? Yeah, absolutely. Most like will you ever questions will probably be a yeah. But I don't have like I haven't like put together a good wish list of people I want to collab with. Obviously, like I think every smaller creator on the platform would like to collab with bigger people. I'm not just gonna be like, oh, I want to collab with like someone huge. Like obviously, yeah, I want to collab with like larger people, but in terms of like networking with people like in my range, like at my level, I know a few people already. That's the other thing whenever you're asking like, do I like streaming? Streaming has kind of put me in front of and gotten me talking to more people, more like other creators than just doing videos. So the more I meet people, the more I like network. Yeah, absolutely. I have that in mind. Especially considering like I am kind of right now, like there's the little like PNG dude on the right of the screen, right? So like I'm already sort of a PNG tuber, and the like vague genre of VTubing as a whole does benefit a lot from collabs. But I don't really know how well I fit into like other like pre-existing categories like that. What I've like said about how streaming feels more genuine, I think that's what's getting me like talking to people more. So yeah, I'm kind of in between genres right now. So that does open me up to a lot of different kinds of what would probably be really funny collabs in the future. There's not really anyone that I'm like in the communities I would be a part of that I'm against collabing with right now. I just haven't like been networking. Nor do I know if I'm like ready right now for collabs. I'd want to be like simul streaming, I think. Because simul streaming seems like a pretty good deal. But like Fortnite, yeah, I mean, about as much as the next person. Like, it's a big game. Most people play it from here, like from time to time. I play it from time to time. It's not one of my like regular games. Not really. I've kind of retired out of shooters to like some extent. But I like Fortnite for like how goofy it can be. I'm well aware of the Hatsune Miku collab that's either today or tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow. I play a decent amount of it. I like some of the other modes as well. Like, not even just like the main game mode, but like the music festival and stuff. I was pretty good at rocket racing for a while because they added rocket racing to Fort, and I got to be pretty decent, pretty okay in the ranks, but it's been a while. I watched season 2? No, unfortunately, I haven't seen season 2 of Squid Game. I got a buddy who's been all over it though, who's been like telling me about it. I've seen lots of clips. I'm familiar, but I haven't seen it yet. Oh man, it's thundering. Crazy that you can hear thunder all the way down here. Where's the way out? I'm lost. Never mind, here it is. From what I've heard, it's pretty good though. A lot of people are liking it. Most of my time, well, I would say a lot of my time is spent working on like stuff for stream. I feel like I've kind of laxed on that a bit in the last few months because I've just been streaming. At some point I need to like do back-end stuff. It's like the little dude you see walking around like on the bottom of the screen. That's another one of the like the raccoons. But I want to, because he's made in a game engine, I want to go and add some features where like items will drop, enemies will drop that he can fight. There's a lot of stuff I want to add. So most of my free time is like stuff like that, or if I am gaming, recently it's been a lot of Helldivers. I'd like to see Squid Game though. A lot of people are talking about it. Even more than that, I still haven't seen Sonic 3, and that's been like even more widely received. I guess we're doing the Skulk first. Oh, I might reset the Thunder though. No, we'll leave it. I'm sure it won't damage anything too bad. Oh shoot, hang on. It's one block above that. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. But yeah, the little guy there is made in the game engine Godot. But Godot, you can use other languages in it, but it does have its own language. And learning that has been part of why stuff takes a while to implement. We do a little bit of everything around here. Like I would describe myself as a jack of all trades. Oh, I forgot that would change the door. Okay, well the door's closed now. You know some Godot? Yeah, it's not hard, is it? Because like GDScript is, I think GDScript is a great language. If I had to deal with any sort of proprietary language, like if I had to, something that isn't like a general, like just C or whatever, Python, I would probably choose GDScript. It has some interesting things that make it like very well tailored to being a game engine. Though I will say for like randomizing like functions, like what I've done, it can be a little obtuse. But that's just gonna come with experience. I am like okay with like programming. It's actually, I originally went to school for computer science, but a lot of the engineering stuff was kind of annoying. It wasn't that I had an issue with CS, I had an issue with like just being in engineering school as a whole, and what the requirements were versus what the job market was. Because the school, I don't think, was keeping up with the job market. Given that I've learned in like the last few months everything I would need to know to do an indie game dev project, I know I'm okay with Godot. Wait a minute, hang on. This, oh, that's not good, hang on. This whole thing needs to get dug out. I see, it's fine actually though. But yeah, I know I'm pretty decent with Godot at this point, and like from a software perspective, I guess it's all from a software perspective, but from a code perspective, and then like using it as a game engine, the game engine features of it, the environment is really good. I've gotten pretty decent at 2D animation. I haven't featured anything about it like in any videos or on stream, but I've been doing some like sound design and music projects as well. I feel pretty confident about my ability to tackle an indie game. I just don't really have time to do so. And going to school for CS was just not getting me there over the course of like months to years. And I've already just kind of done that for myself here. GDScript is similar to Python. It's like its own thing. I wouldn't disagree. It has a lot of similarities to like other things. It seems kind of eclectic, is that the word? I don't know how you would describe it, but I generally quite like it. Oh, wait a minute, I can't add skull. Ooh. No, that's fine. We'll leave that alone. It's kind of eclectic. The ordering of stuff, because it just kind of runs everything. And the default like blank script, especially for like character bodies, I think is done pretty well. Because it just by default gives you a section where the code is running over and over and over. As well as a void in which it only like runs on execution. And that's kind of the only two things I need. It's been a while since I've done a lot with Python, to be honest, so my take on comparing it to Python probably doesn't mean much. The last language I used before GDScript was C#. I liked C# because around that time everyone and their dog was talking about C++ and how it was just the best thing ever. And I learned C# out of spite. I got so tired of these like college dudes who went to like really well-off schools and stuff with like years of computer experience and like telling me about C++ and like what was optimized and what wasn't. Xbox or PlayStation? And so I'm on PC right now, but in terms of like which one I like, I think Xbox gives a better deal with Game Pass if you're talking about like the general experience, because like what is PlayStation? You have the PlayStation 4 and the PlayStation 5. The PlayStation 4 was pretty good. I own one. I use it for TV and stuff. Is this gonna work? It's not gonna work. I use it for TV and stuff. But the PlayStation 5 is, according to Sony, already halfway through its life cycle, and you couldn't even get it in the first half of its life cycle because of all the scalping. And then, like, given how expensive the subscription is, I don't know, it doesn't feel worth it. At that point, even like, with how expensive PS5s can be, you may as well just get a PC. That's just my take on it. At least with Xbox, you get Game Pass. But Microsoft has their own share of shenanigans, so in general, I would just say like PC. Because you don't have to pay for online stuff. So I feel like my total cost has come out to about the same as running a like new gen console. And I have a lot more freedom with what I have. But if I had to generally choose one, I'd probably say Xbox. And that's crazy because I grew up with like all PlayStation stuff. I grew up with a PS2. So I'd like to, you know, keep fanboying for PlayStation, but they kind of keep doing worse and worse. I don't think Xbox is revolutionary either, but I think they're just more aware of like what that amount of money should be buying players. You got homework to do? Yeah, absolutely. Go take care of that. Thanks for popping in. These corners... Oh, thank goodness. I thought this was, like, wrong. Boop, boop, boop. As far down as I can reach. There we go. Yeah, like, around here we joke about, like, PC Master Race, but, like... I was talking earlier about how that, like, PC Master Race stuff used to be about graphics and performance and what you can and can't do. But I legitimately fanboy for PC now over any console, just like because of cost. It's not even like one performs better anymore, and it does. PC, like you can have better parts, but I mean like I feel like you're genuinely being scammed a bit if you're running console. If they didn't charge for their servers, then that'd be a different story. But if they're charging you like $600 for the console, it really should be free. Especially if it's PlayStation. If it's Sony, you're telling me $600 for the console, and then on top of that, it's $100 a year for online. The whole point of the console was like so that kids could like game at home and stuff. Like, it's not really about that anymore, unfortunately. I really like to see stuff be more accessible. You shouldn't be paywalled out of having fun. That's why I like both YouTube's and Twitch's. They're done in like different ways, but both their business models I like a lot because like it's free, right? You can interact with the channel and watch stuff and enjoy stuff for totally free. On Twitch, subs exist as like icing on the cake for the creator if people want to participate in that. Same thing with memberships on YouTube. Although that said, YouTube does encourage creators heavily encourage creators to have more available for members. Whereas on Twitch, it's just kind of like a nice thing to have. It does remove ads, like, to be fair. So I guess it does do something. And that's what I mean about, like, entertainment being accessible. It's not like the dark ages, right? Like, TV isn't like a new thing. That's the interesting thing about the gaming community, the gaming industry. Video games and stuff are expensive. They've been expensive. The price of like $60 for a game has actually been pretty consistent, even with inflation. Stuff used to be way more expensive. Like a like NES. I forget what like the scaled price of it was, but the scaled price of it with inflation is way more than like a modern console, from what I remember. That was an investment. But like labor laws and like wages and stuff I get were different, so maybe it was like easier to afford, but that is a thing. The economy of gaming is so interesting. Like, the gaming industry is worth so much. It's such a giant compared to like the music and movie industry combined. Nope, hang on. Like choking, I'm like devoid of water. I'm desiccated. My bad. I was like choking up. No, the gaming industry still gets treated as like an alien thing by like in a lot of movies. If you see like stuff on the news related to gaming, they're like, in the game Minecraft, where the player places blocks and mines for resources, and it's like it's been out for so long, and it's so much bigger than every other industry. I genuinely don't understand how it's treated as such a foreign concept in media. Or God forbid, around the holidays, whenever I'm like seeing a lot of Hallmark movies and stuff, like any scene where there is someone playing video games, it's a lot of like button mashing and yelling. Which, if it's a Smash tournament, fair, but other than that, it's a little over the top. And like the camera pans to the screen and it's just like Call of Duty World at War and they're walking forward. It's very funny. I should add the bottom first, I guess. It doesn't really matter. And I haven't even done like the back wall, like the deep slate part of it yet. And at this point, there's no console wars anymore. Oh, this is a little bit far down, but it doesn't matter. The console wars is so like outdated now, given like just the state of gaming, the prices of stuff. One must band together to you know, make stuff more affordable. Like I said, the prices have been pretty consistent for a while. I think it's fair, but I don't like these companies that are saying, oh, well, it's a quadruple A game and it's worth $100, not $60. I'm like, what are we talking about here? It's pretty nonsensical. Drop down here, grab my pick. Yeah, having Skull and Bones announced as a quadruple A game was bonkers. We don't need that much deep slate, to be honest. We're like so nearly done with the build. only took 6 streams. To be fair, a lot of the time was spent like progressing the game normally. What the heck? I check some stuff. There we go. Do that. I give Smash Bros such a hard time because I've got buddies that play it competitively and it's so funny. To be clear, I'm very bad at Super Smash Bros. I don't think I've seen worse gameplay other than when I play Sonic. I'm not even like close to competitive. All I know is just play Link and forward tilt. Or up tilt. Mainly up tilt, I guess. I'm not like, I'm not busted or anything. Now, Dark Souls PvP, that's a different story. It's so cringe. I'll be like in the Irithyll like area where people go to hold the duels to summon to duel with my buddy, and I'm like giving on the ground commentary in the middle of a fight, like, oh, this guy knows his spacing. He's using this, which has this many like parry frames and stuff. It's so ridiculous. I'm way too into it. Oh, I guess I could use my inventory. There we go. But it helps. It helps a lot having that knowledge. People don't study up and then they get tilted during duels. I've received a few hate mail for using my swords like weapon arts in duels, where it's like it's a charge because I use the in Dark Souls 2 I use the Astora Ultra Great Sword, which is just a big stick with which I can hit things, which is superb. That's peak gameplay. I've received 1 or 2 hate mail from spamming its weapon art in duels, as if it's the one attack in Dark Souls that doesn't have the most parry frames. Of every weapon I could use as such a long-time veteran of the game, I use the weapon with the most parry frames. All they have to do is hit L2 on their controller, but no one ever does. When it comes to like 2D fighters like Smash Bros, nah, I'm not very good. Is this already all my deep slates? No way. It might be enough for like this row. I can't wait till I can remove the scaffolding from this part as well. Oh, it's not even near enough deep slate. I have to jump down into the mine again. Slap these down. Oh, the block is like... Okay, I was confusing the outer border of the block for the corner of stone. As if Skulk wasn't like a full box in terms of like size. But no, it's a full block. That confused me. No, I don't think I need any more Skulk. I think that's enough. I just need deep slate. Drop down here. The audio is so scuffed if you're falling. There we go. I found that it does that too if you just look up. The audio is like behind you. Well, not much other place to dig other than here. shouldn't be too much more deep slate. I feel like I've already gotten quite a bit. Honestly thought this would be like more pricey in terms of deep slates, because like I thought about making a beacon for it because deep slate's kind of slow to mine even with max efficiency, but it's only like a couple stacks. That said, it's probably come out to more than a couple stacks, but we've been getting it like just progressively, so it doesn't feel like nearly as much. This is probably more than enough right here in this little area. Once we're done with this, we won't have many side rooms yet. We can temporarily gate them off to prevent our advisor from escaping. The advisor who doesn't yet exist, I guess. We need to hatch him. Get these. My cat just exploded. She sneezes so violently. She sneezes like an old man. This is such a long pipe. There we go. Get to the other end. Finally. Okay. That's really coming along. Just gotta slap these down. Gotta get the upper portions done. I think this is where I ran out last time. There. Oh, there he is. He came back. You know what? I did say last time that if he showed up again, we trap him. Let me see. I'll have to make a boat. That's not a crafting table at all. That's a boat. Close enough. I thought that they teleported out of boats, but I guess that's not the case. I think he has to walk into it. There we go. Oh, that's kind of cursed. We can, we can roll around with him, I guess. I don't like that. He's like holding onto my shoulders. He's like giving me a massage. That makes me a little uncomfortable. Let's leave him around here, I guess. Like such an uncomfortable spot to be in. I don't know like how it determines their sitting animation then, because most mobs will like just plop down and stick their legs out like as far as they would need to. Unless it's like a quadrupedal mob, like a cow. And then it's just kind of there. Alright, I did the tops, right? All the way to the end. Let me see about this side. I don't think this side's done. Cover this up, and Enderman can't move these, so kind of serves to proof this area. And a block under here. Wow, that was a good amount of deep slate. There we go. Rest is stairs, though. I think. Some down there. We'll add these top side stairs first. No, actually, it's faster if I just go forward. Or is it? I feel like I'm risking like placing the stair wrong. Might be faster backwards. We'll hop down and take a look at how I did the entrance to the frog habitat and then do the mine entrance the same way. So everything like lines up. Over here, it's like a slot in the wall. Okay, I can do that. So stairs where stairs would go, and then 2 more. And then this over it. Okay, cool. I just need to make more stairs. Quite a few. It's 4 per section. I have to figure out something for this, because there's redstone in the way. Oh, that's not great. Well, it'll have to be at least that amount, if not more. I can reach there? Oh, no, that's wrong. Please fall down so I can grab it. No. Okay. Okay, we're just gonna go up and then do it that way. I missed that twice. Kind of in a rough spot. There we go. Alright, jump over here. Not bad. While we're down here, we'll add the stairs. Oh. Wait, placing a block stops me from sprinting? Wasn't aware. How's this? Oh, that's nice. Just gotta get the tops. Up here, it's definitely gonna be more stairs though. We already went through half of our amount. Run it back this way. Now with this, I can actually remove the rear scaffolding, and then we can look down the main hallway unobstructed. I guess except for our new Enderman, so we'll have to put him somewhere. Cool. At some point, I might have like some stuff like in this corner to round it out, but not right now. Remove this so I can take a look. There we go. Oh, I will need that though, so I can get like this corner on the other side. There we go. I'm gonna look down the main hallway and see how this looks. Over there looks good, except for the Enderman. So you come through the door. Well, this is in the way, but nice. Coming together. Yeah, just yesterday, this was like mostly blank. This really needed to be done in a cavern. I deeply regret not doing it in a cavern, because I had to do all this myself. It's not worth the digging. Boop. Boop. That's not the end. Oh. The path kind of shifted. Okay, that's going to be really tedious if that's the case. There. I think the tops are going to be way more tedious, so we'll do that first. I don't want to be stuck here. Oh, those are already done? Okay, cool. Oh, this might be enough then. Maybe, if I'm lucky. Hop down here. Do that one. Boop. Just a lot of boops. 3 left. Oh, I think I'm short 1 or 2. 1. Yeah. Oh well. I'll need 2 for each bottom section and then a few more for the top. Luckily this wall, what little is here is done. Probably more than this, but we'll start with this amount. Aside from the area like right around the door, this is the final section of wall. This is the final like easy section. Well, I guess it depends on how you look at it. This is way more tedious. It's way larger, but the door is going to be kind of complicated. This up here is done. I'll just run at it. Place these. And we can add soul lanterns to it as well, like to these shelves. Is this enough? It is! Okay. Nice. Let's remove the scaffolding. I don't see any like incorrect pieces of like deep slate or skulk or anything. Everything's in the right spot, I believe. Work our way backwards and remove stuff unless we fall. That's cool too. Gives me a chance to come over here. Kind of sweep all the rubble up. I need a whole additional storage room just for stone. I'm hoping to find a mega build for like brick or something, for stone brick. We'll do a castle, I don't care. I really wish I could like stain it darker. And then we'll remove this. We don't need to access the pillars anymore. Remove this. Beautiful. I don't even mind that they don't line up with the pillars. It's a-okay. If anything, it gives it character. I don't know how... I don't want to interrupt like the regularity of it, like the regular patterns, but part of me wants to add like candles or lanterns to these like shelves. I don't think you can add candles on top of walls. If you can, that's sick. Now the door. This is the tricky part. How much deep slate do I have to work with? Not as much as I need. I fear we're gonna have to pop down for a little bit more. And I mean a little bit. The Enderman's just chilling there. Boop. Oh, my buddy's playing. My buddy got into a Yakuza game. He's playing with the more recent ones. He's sending us pictures. No, it's not that much deep slate. It's like this little corner here. I don't need like a whole layer of it anymore. There we go. That's more than enough. I sure hope. Because of the redstone, the smoke and the deep slate on the door has to be like a little bit closer to the center of the room. But, you know, variable depth is a good thing. I want the Enderman out of here. I need to put him somewhere. It's kind of in the way. Oh, polished deep slate. I know what I can do. I can do a little bit of this. Ooh, that's probably not good for the door. That, like, that updating twice. Yeah, I know how to fix that, but we'll leave it alone for now. Oh, hang on, did that just fix it? Not at all. Okay, no worries. I'm pretty confident I have an idea of what to do here. If anything, I want to see if I can move the button a little bit. In fact, well, I don't think it would be possible, but having like this slime and stuff here is kind of messing with the look of the place. Boop, boop. Darn. Oh, dude, a blackstone button would be great here. I wonder if there's anywhere better I can place, like, the button. The button that moves the door. Because the piston is over here. I could do some redstone shenanigans. It's fine. Oh, hang on. This should probably be cobble. I'm kind of a wizard. You can place redstone on top of the backs of pistons, like right there, just not on the sides. Okay, I'm temporarily gonna like do this so I can get through here. We will fix it later. For the time being, before I like do redstone and stuff, I need to use the restroom. I'm gonna put y'all in charge of the frogs temporarily. Ensure their safety or else. BRB. I'm back. You know what I realized? The frogs, their animation's really weird. Because it's still like blocky. It fits within the aesthetic of Minecraft, but their throats are like they're puffing them out. It's like a whole like swelling and shrinking thing. It's kind of odd. Never really paid attention to it, but it's kind of like, I don't know. Strange. Oh, our guy's still here. I might set him free. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really have a great way of moving him from here. Alright, so we're doing redstone wizardry. I see. I think I could get rid of this column and have it be skulk. And do a border around the door. Could do that. But first, let me take a look at it. Take a crack. I gotta check some stuff. I need some redstone first. I need to check to see if like some stuff will work versus what won't. Put my redstone somewhere. Here's some. Do some experimenting. The door is severely broken for a moment. I think putting it here, well, that won't work. I think putting it up here will work. Okay, neither works. Never mind. I'm a buffoon. There's things I can do to make that work, but I don't know if it's worth the effort, nor if it'll fit within this compact of a space. I know there will work, but that's not the point. It'd be cool to have a blackstone button there, but getting the signal from that would be kind of tricksy. I might have a way of making that work, but once again, not really worth the efforts, or whether that would work within the confines of that space. Now, that said, I could have like a separate button, because like once we're inside the layer, the button doesn't really need to be hidden. I could have a big evil looking lever. Oh, I fell. Yeah, this is kind of the tricky part. The layer is built, but actually like getting in and out of it and fixing my door, which has broken severely. I could have a sensor with like a note block or something. I could do some wireless redstone. But I'd have to tune the sensor to only work with a certain signal. And then other things could be opening or closing my door. So I prefer not to work with sensors. Now, this will work, or even there, which I guess is fine. We'll do a blackstone button or something that'll blend better. I'm surprised deep slate buttons aren't a thing. I want more buttons. But that leaves this being able to be sculpt. Let me check that it works all the way down. Oh, I think that's fine. I just have to fix my door at some point. Cool. Then we'll mirror that over here. Right. I think I should fix the redstone for my door. Well, you know what? We'll move the blocks first, because I think the more like I touch stuff around here, the more the door is going to activate and deactivate. It's not really spam proof. Also, I'm not really sure how this is going to work, like aesthetically. This might be too fat. I think it'll be fine. I'll make it like a whole thing. First, I need to get up onto my scaffolding. I have a stair there, stair here, and around the whole thing out, and then have skulk behind everything. Would be the evilest of layers. Except that the first step of evil is fashion, so the aesthetic matters a lot. So this needs to get done like looking good. Only a few more stair. There we go. Up here. Ooh, and I can have this be really any block. Okay, why is it not going there? There we go. Come over here. Please place correctly. There we go. And these can be slabs. Although at a certain point, I think it's like a little too tall. Yeah, it's fine. Not gonna worry about it. Just one. There we go. And then everything behind that should be free to be skulk. I'll have to check behind the block so make sure there's no like extra redstone I forgot about. So starting from at least here, this is going to be skulk. No, I think it'll be fine. Okay, you're gonna have to like reach around behind the block to do this. There we go. Move these. I cannot reach. There we go. Oh, this sucks. Alright, I have to make sure, like... Okay, we'll do that. Trying not to fall off. I'm too stubborn to move my scaffolding closer. Okay, fine. Let's start from this side. I suppose it doesn't matter what block I break it with if I don't have silk touch. Okay, that's enough. There we go. Yeah, we'll get a little bit closer. Don't need to be struggling that much. And then this could be stairs. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I suppose it's not like hugely important. We'll just build it as is and see if it looks good in a minute. We'll do 3 for now, I suppose. I'm sure we'll need more. Up here. Oh, we'll need way more. What am I talking about? Ah, come on. You know, debug stick would solve this problem real quick, but for some reason debug stick isn't working with us, so... There we go. Oh, wait a minute. You know what would work? Something like that. Oh, no, even better. There we go. Down to this column. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let me get some more stairs. I think that's the plan. And then some more slabs. It's kind of precarious, but it'll work. Try not to like slip off and fall. Please let me reach. No, aw, darn it. This scaffolding has been a pain in my side for like the entire duration of this build. I heard something that sounded like my door breaking to a zombie, but why would that be happening? Yeah, I might check that. That sounded exactly like my front door breaking. Oh, I suppose this works. Hit on it to remove some blocks that are stuck on it for no reason. Move that. I'll remove this for now, then we can come back and add more. If I need to change it, we can just rebuild the scaffolding. I just want to be done with it. We also need blackstone for the throne and for the buttons. I don't like the bottom of it. I think the top of it is fine. I think this is a little in the way. I don't know. There's something about the bottom that's not working. I suppose we'll leave it. Oh, you know what? Hang on. I think I have an idea. Okay, I do need more scaffolding. I'll just remove some of the floor. I've been putting myself under like a lot of additional like work to not break the floor. Just for no reason, other than like, I don't want the inconvenience. There's no reason to be doing that. There, and then under this can be sculk. Just barely out of reach. There we go. I like that better. Could be done a little differently though. I think it gets wide towards the bottom a little bit too quick. It's not bad. I kind of wish they were like vertical, what is effectively vertical slabs. That would make this a little bit easier to place. If I do something like yeah, that's a bit sharper. In fact, do this, fix this before I forget. Otherwise, it's gonna stay like that forever. Two, three. Nice. There we go. That feels a lot better. I like that. Where's the block? There it is. I'll get the bottom part there. There we go. Hop up here. Place this behind. I hope that's the same height. Just kind of eyeballed that. Okay, yeah, it's symmetrical. I just wished that there were polished deep slate buttons, and like deep slate buttons was like the stone is too light, the black stone is gonna be too dark. We don't really have an in-between tone, do we? That said, I can do like wireless stuff with sensors, but like I said, I don't want to be messing with that. Now the staircase, that's gonna be a little weird. I kind of want to skulk in the middle of it. Have like a two-sided staircase. Have to like pick a side going down. For this, we're gonna need a lot more, well, staircases. We'll start with 12 just to start. Oh, but you know what? Probably bricks, because that's the floor material. Yeah, like that. Right, a few more. Ooh, wait a minute, hang on. That is getting it kinda close to this, but whatevs. I wish there was a bit more of a platform to stand on, other than like a sheer drop off rip, but no biggie. If I were to pull it any further forward, we'd be kind of like hitting the pillars. I found this like double staircase idea to work. And this can like taper to the top. And that can stay like that for now. Yeah, except this is not deep slate. I was like, what's that? Why does my block look ill? There we go. And then do this. I think it's high time to fix the door. The door no longer functions. And that's my fault. I have some ideas for this. It's going to be kind of hard to place the blocks with the observers here, but while the door is broken, I think I can take an opportunity to do this. Do 4 of these. Oh, that's not at all what I wanted. Yeah, something like that. The sides themselves can also be bricks. Luckily, the redstone's not like going to be affected by that at all. I can just make bricks like this. We'll do another set. See how one side looks. Yeah, that's fine, I suppose. That midsection can be for candles, soul lanterns, stuff like that. How does this look from the back? It's fine. I wish there was more skulk there. I don't know if I want the obsidian to be exposed, but I can try that. One more stair. I guess that feels fine. From a distance, it's not too far apart from Skulk. Like, if we get, like, to an angle from it. Yeah. Right, now the door is broken. Severely broken. It doesn't even try to activate it anymore. Hang on, something's really bad then. Because used to that was at least trying to do stuff. Oh, this chest is in the way. Yikes. Oh, I hate that sound. That was like right in my ear. I forgot Honey did that. So that's activating. What's the deal? Oh, well, actually, I don't know. Oh, hang on, I know what I did. Yeah, my bad. There we go. Problem solved. Well, not problem solved, the door's still broken, but it's a little less broken. Yeah. I can fix it from the top now. I think it's this mode where the door's supposed to be down, which is perfect. Are those stacked? Yep, they are. 3. At some point I have to replace the honeys with slimes, like reverse them. Because you can walk fast over honey, but not over slime, but you can't jump on honey. Kind of weird. Mmm, yum yum. Place these. Nice. I think I can remove that now. It's quite bright in here already. So you come down here, the button's kind of hidden already. Nice. And these are covered up. Yep. Cool. Now I just need the blackstone for the buttons and for the throne. Oh, I need to get the Enderman out of here, I just remembered. Do I have a lead? I need to put away my other stuff first. Hang on. Do I have room in here? I do. Man, got a lot of diamonds. Like just doing this project. Okay, this is already a problem. Move these down, we get a whole nother row of stone. Fine by me. These in there. There we go. Problem solved. Redstone does not go in there, actually. I can do this, though. Still too much stone. There we go. I'll be plagued by this pile of rocks for such a long time. Maybe it came out to a couple towers of double chests. I think that's 8, 9 chests in all. It's quite a bit. Okay, do I have any blackstone? Like a good amount of blackstone. Okay, a very small amount. I need more. I have a few. Can this be made into anything? I don't think so. I think this is the final form of blackstone. It's also cracked, so I don't think it serves a purpose other than, like, aesthetics. That's rough. Okay, that's fine. Doesn't bother me severely. Let's check up here before I go to the nether. Deep state tiles, okay. I don't see anything. Sunset's a great time to go. Yeah, and then we can place those. But before we place them, before we make the buttons and stuff, we can start hatching our frog. And over here, I know where there's some blackstone. Egg. Wait a minute. We're in the nether. Where did the egg come from? Oh. I guess we got a guy in here. Okay. Hey, bud. I think we head over here. Oh, not down there, though. That's the hole that kills people. You magma cubes. Shoot. Was this really where I was? Oh, I guess it was. Okay. Place these to drain it a little bit. You stay over there. Do we play the game with like cobbled? No? Okay. Some blocks are like cobbled forms and normal forms. Kind of annoying. It's really not even that much blackstone, to be honest. Like, this is probably enough right here. I just need out. Thanks to the stone cutter. Without the stone cutter, I might need more. But we can cut it pretty efficiently now. Run through here. I don't think we need anything else from the nether right now. We've been pretty good about our shopping lists so far. Oh yeah, then on the way down I need a lead for the Enderman. Whoosh. Here we are. Oh. Okay. Pig came back through with us. Oh, let me in. There we go. There's some leads. I have no clue where the Enderman's gonna like live. What we're gonna actually like do with him, but I guess for now we'll go upstairs. Not really many other places I could drag him. Are you? No way. Oh, I have to find another brick. It seems we're at an impasse. Never mind. No, it works. It works all right. Come on, buddy. Oh, that's not good. Oh no, don't do that. Oh, I don't know if I have anywhere better to drag him. Oh, he's an upset Enderman. Do you think he chills out after a minute? Oh no, that's okay. Don't do that. I have bad news. I think we just have to just facilitate that. Poor guy. Oh well, not my fault. I can still hear it. There he goes. Oh, he dropped an ender pearl. How generous. Whoosh. down. Alright. I need a brick. One measly deep slate brick. There's gotta be one. There we go. Suppose a polished form comes first. There's a button. I'm imagining 2 just to make it symmetrical. If the obsidian's gonna be there, I may as well have just done it like on the side of the obsidian. To be fair, that blends a lot better than the stone at distance. It almost even disappears once you get like back far enough away from it. Cool. Do I have enough soul sand for like soul lanterns? We'll use the rest of what I have for that. I'll put these back on. We'll use the rest of what I have for that, because I don't really need soul sand for much else. Hello. Why'd that no work? Soul. Don't tell me it's soul soil. Is it soul soil for realties? That's no good. Oh wait, it's on a crafting table, isn't it? There we go. Okay. I know there's like a million iron nuggets somewhere, but I can't be bothered. What kind of lantern? There we go. Oh, I have quite a few. Okay. Well. I don't really know what I would need a soul torch for that I couldn't do with the soul lantern, so a lot of these. And then the bricks. I suppose the footprints of the throne should be, you know, caved out. I imagine like the cracked portions should be near the top. And his throne is a lot smaller than the one I pictured. I want something like a little bit larger than this. Oh, something like down here, and then I do some of this. Hang on. You can't do cracked stairs, unfortunately. I need to pay a visit to a stone cutter. Actually, we'll need 4. Can I not? I have many questions. Can't do anything with that? Okay. Answers my question. Do normal bricks, yep. 4 stairs, yep. And it's gonna be a bit. I guess this works. I don't know how much more evil I can make it. To add like spikes and stuff to it. I forgot to shut the door. Imagine walking like all the way into your evil lair, plopping down in your throne and seeing like, oh, you didn't close the door on the opposite end of your evil lair, so you have to run over here, slam it shut, and then run all the way back to your throne, and all your henchmen are looking at you like you're an idiot. That'd be so embarrassing. We'd have to find a way to keep the evil advisor like near the throne. Can I... okay, what are the ways in vanilla survival that I can do that? It's like the throne is one thing. This is for me, but I want the evil advisor there. I could use lead stuff. I could do like magic with the leads. Something like underground. We'll figure out something, but first I want to hatch a frog. So a frog must be located. I think I have tadpoles somewhere. There we are. I think we're just gonna go with evil advisor. Frog. If that fits. Evil advisor frog. Oh yeah, then slime to feed him, because of course he's gonna be a slime ball. It'd be really on the nose to have like a tiny slime, but it'd be hard to wrangle one of those up. And you know what? That way it would be like purposely hanging around me, because it'll be aggro to me. It just couldn't really do anything. I have the ability to make like slimes, but I don't know. I totally could, I guess. But I've already like gone with the idea of an advisor frog. But an advisor slime would also work. In fact, it would probably work way better. But, you know, oh well. If I were redoing this and I hadn't already decided on the frog, a tiny slime would probably be a better idea. Oh, why is there a pig up here? Not its ideal environment. I'm no pig expert. Just leave Evil Advisor Frog to freeze over there. I think we can trust the Evil Advisor Frog with getting down to the Evil Lair. As long as he just stays on task and doesn't like go anywhere he shouldn't. Also, this does need to be repaired. I guess starting with that. I'll fetch more blocks. We can start terraforming this. I'm tempted to put like a layer of stone above it so that creepers don't damage it, but I'll just be triple careful, I think. It'd also be really funny if a creeper destroyed part of my lair. Thank goodness I have so much dirt. I have more than I know what to do with. Yeah, I'd imagine the way we're going to keep the frog in one place is with like a lead or a minecart or something. Yeah, so like what's this? This is a problem. There we go. Little sinkhole here that needed to be filled. So a lot of these are like random sinkholes. I thought this was like the natural slope of the terrain. I guess it is, but you know. Oop. Oh, I guess I hadn't gotten a pumpkin yet. We might celebrate with a pumpkin pie. Very evil dish. In general, this could be a little bit, like, larger. There we go. And we have stuff over here. Let's start with just covering it up, and then work from there. Do this. I'm no dirt expert, but this dirt doesn't seem very natural. This is gonna take a little bit of doing to make this look a little bit more even. No way I'm short one. That's crazy. Okay. Very funny, Minecraft. Yeah, that looks like dirt, alright. It definitely needs, like, some slopage going on. Alright. Where's the dirt? Fetch me more dirt. I can put all this away, though. There's, like, piles of it somewhere. There we go. It's not nearing nighttime, is it? No. No, it was fine. Yeah. My cat's summoning me. She likes to walk up to me and look at me. Like, meow really pitifully. And then, like, ram her big old noggin in my desk. She does that a lot, too. That's enough! Likes to push stuff around, and it's, one of my many grievances. Yeah, this sucks. There wouldn't be dirt down like that far. That'd be stone. Oh, if anything, that'll make it worse. Hang on. There we go. Oh, we're purring now? Are we happy that we've done that? My cat's like... I don't know, my cat showed up, rammed her head into the desk, and then started purring. Which is very odd. I get the feeling that this problem is just going to keep recurring. I don't think I'm doing anything other than delaying the issue until we reach this basin. Oh, that's a big meow. Big stretch. She roared at me and then stood up and bapped me with her paw. Using our big boy voice today. I guess this is fine. You know what? You know what? I've seen worse. This part is doing okay, and then I just gotta like tie it to the hilltop there, and I think we'll be fine. Something like this. I'll check it in the morning. A creeper there would be abysmal. Yeah, it's like warm cottage colors up here. Deep evil, sinister basements down below. That's kind of the thing we're going for here. Oh, that's a trapdoor. You! Get out of here. Oh my gosh. Little firebomb. Running up to me just... Oh. I'm being fired upon. Well, yeah, I mean like, but with arrows. Do you have a friend somewhere also shooting? Or is it just you? Or why are you just here shooting at me? Why have you come here to inconvenience me? No, you know what? Come this way. Yeah, right, yeah, that way? That way? There you go. Okay, problem solved. I can only imagine that's what happened to the others. That or one of the frogs escaped and ate them, but I find that unlikely. Oh, you know what? Actually, once that grows grass, that'll be perfect. I'm surprised at how well that came along. Let's go grab a lead. Well, we'll start with a boat as well. Grab a lead, boat, slime. I'll probably use the restroom first and then drag our evil advisor to the lair. So you can, you know, evilly advise us on evil matters of villainy and no do-goodery. I guess that's the term. I'm not very versed on being a supervillain. I feel like, okay, there was a raft. I was about to start complaining about that. Bring some stuff to tie the rope off too. As well as some slime to bribe him, although I think he should be bribing me. I think that's how this works. Normally I do say watch the frogs, but since we're a little bit of a distance away, we'll chill here for a bit. So we're gonna do this. Swamp. There we go. Alright. Cool. BRB. I'm back. Hang out here for a second. There we go. I was parched. Hop back in. There we go. Boat, rope, slime. Yep, all the necessary things for getting an evil advisor, as one may know. Yeah, so, I guess it only just occurs to me that a baby slime would probably be ideal, but it's a little late. And the frog's kind of funny. You know what? I wish you could, like, make a slime, right? Like, what makes them alive? I wish you could, like, make a baby slime as, like, a pet. But Minecraft doesn't really do, like, making pets, I guess. Unless you count, like, golems. That said, I want more golems. The copper golem would have been so cool, but unfortunately it was taken out back before before it was even implemented. Poor thing. That pig's gonna inevitably end up in the boat, I think. I don't have a lot of confidence. I'm sure it's gonna get in the way. Come on, frog. Are you still named? Yeah, evil advisor frog. Splendid. Right this way. Gosh darn it, I knew it would happen. You know what, the pig can come along too. Ain't that just topical? My evil advisor frog who lives off of slime, and then we'll do like a pig advisor or something. There's a joke in there somewhere. Oh geez, we're near the cliff, aren't we? We need to not be there. That cliff is dangerous. I need to do something about that at some point. That's a public safety hazard. Well, I suppose so is my rule if I'm a villain. I need to make things more evil around here. I think this is where the pig and us part ways, because we have to lure the frog into the house. Okay, well I didn't want the flowers at all. I guess they're there now. Oh, where have you gone? Oh, there you are. I do kind of lose you in the green. I suppose that's the point of camouflage, isn't it? So it makes a lot of sense. Come along. I'm just dragging him along by the rope. You can do it a little bit better than that. I know you see me. Oh, they can't go down ladders. Shoot. Oh, well, none of my frogs are allergic to ladders, but they are, so... Well, let's go do evil together. Unless this will hurt you? No. They don't take a lot of fall damage, do they? But they aren't immune. Come with me, frog. Oh, we made it. That's very surprising. He's so small compared to the rest of the build. Looks so tiny in here. He's like, just chilling out. Alright, come on, get on the throne. You don't want the slime? That's not something you're interested in? Come on. This frog is not cooperating. He's here for gold, not for slime. Oh man. This can go through blocks, can't it? Here's hoping. Where have you gone? Oh, there you are. You know what, that's fine. He's after the throne anyway. I'm gonna screenshot. Oh, I can't. Oh, I have to have my display on. Take like a step back. Wait for him to look over here. Oh, hello. Look at me. Yep. Oh, they do really just stare at you. Well, he is intent on something over there. Oh, hang on. We got him. Darn it. He's a little camera shy. I think I got a few good ones. Yeah. He's just over there. Let me stand over here, see how small he looks. You can barely make him out. That's so funny. I come down here. It's such a, like, I'm sprinting the whole way. This is a really long walk if you're not sprinting. It's just like... Imagine you're the king here and someone's come to deliver news to you and they have to, like, walk all this way before they can even start speaking normally. It's like some career and they're panting by the time they're even like halfway to the throne. Well, I suppose with the lead, he's not going anywhere, so I'm not really worried about these doorways. Might improve these a bit next time, but who knows? More importantly, the build's done. It's like the side chambers and stuff that need working. The only thing that might do it for atmosphere a bit more is having like those flowers that appear in lush caves that have particles going. I might do that. I kind of wish Skulk had their own like particle effects, but it's fine. Not really not upset about this. The light, I'm surprised it's so well lit. I wonder if making the walls wider with the debug stick would dim it down a little bit. But I'm surprised it's like turned out as bright as it is. We could have like even lowered areas in the middle here and like the main channel. No, I love this. This came out great. I mean, I can't really sit on my throne now, but you know, we can. How have we turned out to be the advisor? He's already successfully seized the throne. He's really evil. He made me feed him slime and then seized my throne off rip. In this area, these dark areas are perfectly safe too. Stuff can't spawn here. Nah, this is great. Turn off my stuff real quick. Just kind of look around. See if I can hit this without my thing. There we go. It's like you're exploring the base. It's whatever. We'll improve this staircase at some point. Come down here. Oh, a little lava room, whatever. But then there's like this button, right? And the wall slides away, and you have like this whole thing down here. This is nuts. It took 2 worlds and, well, what is multiple streams from other worlds, right? But those worlds aside, it's been this 3rd world and then like 6 streams deep. I think this is number 6 or 7 to do this. Love to see it. Well, I think that about ends it for tonight though. For now, we'll say goodnight to the evil advisor frog. I wish I could think of like a better nickname for him, but we might just call him Dave. How does he feel about that? I think he likes that. Alright, goodnight, Dave. He already sees the throne. I'm just his court jester now. We'll seal this up and pop it open next time. Oop. Nice. Like it's not even there. Then up here is like an unassuming little cottage. It's perfect. This is the right amount of ladder. Okay, it is. Oh yeah, I suppose we should also make a little floor in here. We've done all that, but we still haven't given ourselves a floor. We've been just sleeping on dirt this whole time. Also give a fish to our cat before we leave. Alright, we'll decorate a little bit more next time, add some more detail, but for the time being, I'm gonna head out. So, as always, huge thanks to everyone who tuned in over the course of stream. I'm gonna close that. It's always really helpful. It also makes it go by just way faster for me, and it's good for engagement. It's just awesome overall. There's a couple things, like we mentioned earlier, that we want to try for like throughout the rest of the year. But yeah, for now we're working on this series, so look forward to that. For now though, I'll catch y'all next time, and good night.